the low hum of a summer afternoon inside a sun-bleached nursery. Lace curtains stirring, the faint Swedish odor of drying oil paint, and on the crib rail, a surface worn to a soft mat by tiny teeth. That paint was not merely white. It was the brightest white American industry had ever manufactured. It was also one of the most efficient neurotoxins ever placed inside a home. The metal that raised America, that lined its pipes, whitened its walls, and silenced its engines, did not announce itself. It arrived as progress, as cleanliness, as the open road. The crib rail, the kitchen faucet, the family sedan, each delivered a compound designed inside a corporate laboratory. Each carried a cost that would take half a century to name. And the damage did not end with the generation that breathed it. It stored itself in bone, crossed the placenta, and re-emerged decades later in the blood of children who had never seen a tailpipe or a paint chip. This is the deep archive. We leave the surface now, the noise of headlines and the comfort of forgetting. The hatch seals. Pressure builds. Dark water closes around the vessel. Below, in the submerged rooms of evidence, the files are not arranged by date but by consequence. A fragment of Missouri dolomite, a pewter mug from a Philadelphia row house, a vial of clear liquid from a 1924 refinery where men lost their minds, a child's tooth from Baltimore, its enamel layers still holding the isotopic signature of a red-lined neighborhood, a water sample from Flint, a battery crumb from a smoldering yard in Bangladesh. The light narrows, the archive opens, and the metal that built the American century begins to testify. It began not here, but in the final hours of a star that had already burned for 1 billion years. The star was dying. Its core had fused hydrogen into helium, helium into carbon, carbon into oxygen, pushing upward through the periodic table in shells of escalating temperature and pressure. But iron marked the boundary. Fusing iron does not release energy, it consumes it. And so the core collapsed, and the outer layers fell inward at a significant fraction of the speed of light, and then rebounded, scattering the star's accumulated matter across interstellar space in a supernova that briefly outshone its entire galaxy. In that expanding cloud of debris were atoms that would not have existed otherwise, elements heavier than iron, forged in the final convulsions through a process called slow neutron capture. A seed nucleus, perhaps of bismuth or polonium, would catch a free neutron, become unstable, decay, and climb one atomic number higher. Catch, decay, climb. Catch, decay, climb. Over and over across millennia of stellar burning until the process stabilized at atomic number 82. Lead. The atoms cooled. They drifted. They mingled with hydrogen clouds and silicate dust in the cold molecular dark between stars. And then, roughly 4.5 billion years ago, a portion of that cloud began to collapse again under its own gravity, spinning into a disk, igniting at its center into a star we would one day name the Sun. The planets that condensed from the remaining material inherited the heavy elements. The Earth, in its molten infancy, received a dowry of lead atoms that had once been inside a dead star. This is not metaphor. This is nucleosynthesis. Every lead atom on this planet arrived here from stellar destruction. The metal that would line Roman aqueducts, glaze medieval pottery, sweeten Renaissance wine, whiten colonial walls, and eventually saturate American gasoline entered our world as a fragment of cosmic violence, settled, cooled, and hidden in the crust, waiting for creatures with hands and furnaces to bring it to the surface. The first smelting happened earlier than we might expect. In central Anatolia, around 6500 BCE, someone, we have no name, no record beyond the slag-heated galena, the dark lead sulfide ore, in a simple hearth. At around 32.7 degrees Celsius, lead melts. Iron requires more than 1500 degrees. Copper, over 1000. But lead yields at a temperature achievable with wood and a steady breath of air. What emerged from that fire was a dense, soft, silvery metal that could be scratched with a fingernail, bent without breaking, and cast into shapes that cooled without cracking. No other common metal was so accommodating. It asked little of its smelters. It gave back easily. By 3000 BCE, lead objects appear in the archaeological record from Egypt to the Indus Valley. Small figurines, beads, sling bullets, weights for nets and looms. The metal was simultaneously valuable and unglamorous. Gold was the flesh of gods. Copper and bronze made weapons and tools. Lead made things that needed to be heavy, or sealed, or shaped into complex curves without a forge. It was a utility metal, a servant metal, the metal of infrastructure before infrastructure had a name. The physical properties that made it useful were the same properties that would make it dangerous, though that connection remained invisible for another 5,000 years. Lead is dense because its atoms are heavy and packed tightly. That density made it ideal for weights and projectiles. Lead is soft because its metallic bonds are weak. That softness made it workable without advanced metallurgy. Lead resists corrosion because it rapidly forms a protective oxide layer on exposure to air. That stability made it seem permanent, inert, trustworthy. The metal's chemical patience, its refusal to rust, to decay, to change, created an illusion of safety. If it did not degrade, the reasoning went. How could it degrade the things it touched? The Romans did not invent lead plumbing, but they scaled it into an empire. By the 1st century CE, Rome's water system was the most complex hydraulic network the world had yet seen. 11 aqueducts carried spring water from the surrounding hills across arched bridges and through underground channels, delivering an estimated 300 million gallons per day to the city's fountains, baths, and private homes. From the main channels, water flowed into distribution tanks, and from there into a branching network of pipes. The pipes were lead, not because lead was the only option. Terracotta and wood were also used, but because lead was easier. A sheet of lead could be bent into a cylinder and the seam fused with molten metal. It could be shaped around corners, embedded in masonry, joined to bronze taps. The Latin word for a worker in lead was plumbarius. The word for the metal was plumbum, distinguished when necessary as plumbum nigrum. Black lead, to separate it from plumbum candidum, white lead, which was tin. From plumbum came plumbing. The Roman architect Vitruvius, writing in the 1st century BCE, noted a concern. In his treatise De Architectura, he observed that water from lead pipes seemed to produce unhealthy effects, and he recommended that terracotta pipes be used instead whenever possible. But the concern was practical rather than urgent, a minor note in a manual of grand construction. The aqueducts were marvels. The baths were civilization. The pipes were invisible. And the pipes held their contents without complaint, water rich in calcium carbonate. The common groundwater of the Roman region deposited a protective scale inside the pipes, sealing the lead away from the water. The metal leached slowly, but not drastically. A Roman drinking from a lead pipe was not ingesting a visible poison. The danger was chronic, low-level, and entirely unrecognized. The metal did its work in decades, not days. What the Romans understood, however, was that lead made other things possible. Lead-lined cooking vessels. Lead acetate, formed by boiling grape syrup in lead pots, sweetened wines and preserved foods. Lead oxide whitened cosmetics. Lead tablets received inscriptions. Lead sarcophagi sealed the dead. The metal spread through the material culture of the empire, assuming 1,000 forms, none of them obviously lethal, all of them quietly distributing atoms of atomic number 82 into bone, blood, and tissue. There is a paradox here, one that will repeat through every subsequent chapter of this story as it moves across centuries and continents toward the American century. The element that enabled civilization's plumbing, its water supply, its sealed containers, its durable infrastructure was a cosmic byproduct of stellar death. It arrived on Earth not as a gift, but as debris. Its utility was accidental. Its abundance was circumstantial. Its chemical behavior, the very properties that made it so useful, also made it a neurological predator capable of crossing the placental barrier, substituting for calcium in the developing brain, and remaining in bone for decades, ready to remobilize during pregnancy or illness. Genesis and ruin, forged in the same atomic structure. The Romans could not have known this. The Anatolian smelters could not have known this. The problem was not ignorance in the moral sense. The problem was structural. The metal worked before it could be understood. Its usefulness arrived millennia before its biology. The gap between discovery and wisdom was not a failure of individual judgment, but a feature of how material civilizations develop, grabbing first, comprehending later, and only much later counting the cost. In the abandoned cisterns beneath what was once a Roman port city, water still drips. The sound is slow, irregular, governed by the seepage of groundwater through ancient masonry. A droplet forms on a calcium-encrusted ceiling, swells, detaches, and falls through darkness. It strikes the surface of a shallow pool that has not seen sunlight in 15 centuries. The sound echoes briefly, absorbed by stone and silence, and then the cistern returns to its long, slow breathing, the inhalation and exhalation of air moving through subterranean chambers, the thermal pulse of the earth itself. This is the planetary breath that the marker note references, not a sound of life, but a sound of time passing at geological speed. The rock above the cistern was laid down in a shallow sea during the Cretaceous. The lead atoms locked within it were already 4.5 billion years old. The water that drips now has been cycling through this underground space since before the city above was named. The drip does not care about the history it marks, but we can hear it, we can place it. We can understand that the same metal that waits in this stone will be mined, smelted, and distributed across an entire continent, and that the pattern established here, utility arriving before comprehension, profit arriving before precaution, will persist. The Roman pipes are silent now. The empire that laid them is gone. But the lead remains in the ground, in the water, in the archaeological strata, and, as we will see, in the bone archives of the human species, accumulating, waiting, chemically patient. The first fallout was cosmic. The second was human. And the third, the one that would raise America, had not yet begun. The sound begins not as a strike, but as a question. Iron asks dolomite a single sharp syllable, and the rock answers with a dull, percussive refusal that dies almost instantly in the close dark. Then the question comes again, clink, and again, a rhythm tuned to the span of a man's breath and the angle of his arm. Somewhere deeper in the limestone, groundwater answers with its own slower pulse, a drip that has been falling since before there was a language to name it. In the candlelight, the miner's shadow moves across the face of the seam like something trying to read a page written in stone. The air is thick with a dust so fine it barely registers as solid, a particulate inheritance settling into wool, hair, lung tissue, memory. The Mississippi Valley ore body stretches beneath southeast Missouri in a great ragged arc that geologists would later map as a thing of continental architecture. It is not a single vein, but a scattered confederation of deposits buried in Paleozoic carbonate, rocks like money sewn into the lining of a coat. The lead is there as galena, a heavy gray sulfide with a bright metallic cleavage that winks in lamplight, and as cerussite, a white secondary carbonate that forms when the original sulfide breathes oxygen and water across geological time. That whiteness was the first silent warning. The surface of a cerussite nodule looks like freshly fallen snow compressed to stone, a mineral trick whose beauty would become a receipt for lung damage filed away inside the bodies of the men who dug it out. French explorers pushed into the region in the early 18th century, traveling light and riding carefully, staking claims with the elaborate formalities of colonial law. They called the metal plomb from the Latin, and they mapped the streams and ridges with a precision that betrayed their intent. This was not land to pass through, but land to carve into the ledgers of Paris. The earliest mining was shallow, scratching at surface outcrops where centuries of weathering had concentrated the ore into pockets accessible by shovel and sweat. But the French understood that the deeper promise lay beneath the limestone caprock, and they began the slow work of sinking shafts into the country's bones. By the time the Louisiana Purchase transferred everything to American hands in 1803, the outlines of an underground empire were already sketched in the darkness below Missouri. The Americans brought different energy to the lead belt, an energy powered by steam, by capital, and by a legal architecture that converted mineral rights into tradable paper. The southeast Missouri Lead District unfurled across Washington, St. Francois, and Madison counties, a region where the surface was modest farmland and the subsurface was one of the most concentrated accumulations of heavy metal on the planet. Bonne Terre, French for good earth, sat directly above a system of dolomitic caverns that had formed when groundwater dissolved the carbonate host rock over millions of years. The miners discovered that many of these natural cavities were floored with broken ore, the roof rock having collapsed into rubble that could be dug, sorted, and hoisted to the surface with a brutal efficiency. By the middle of the 19th century, Bonne Terre was no longer a town simply built on land. It was a town built on a roof. The space beneath it, a growing negative city of galleries, drifts, and stopes that advanced a few feet at a time, year after year, generation after generation. The method was called drift and pick, and its particulars were simple enough to describe and murderous enough to work inside. A miner entered the cavern with a candle, often affixed to his cap, and followed the seam where a geologist's survey had indicated sufficient grade. He swung a short-handled pick against the dolomite face, not with wild force, but with a precise, economical motion that shattered the brittle matrix and freed the heavier galena nodules. broken rock was sorted by hand at the face itself. The ore went into one tram bucket, the waste into another. Boys as young as 10 worked as muckers, dragging buckets along wooden rails to the shaft bottom, where a steam hoist lifted the ore toward daylight. The shift lasted 10 hours, sometimes 12, and in winter, the men would not see the sun from one Sunday to the next. What they did see, what they breathed, was the dust. Lead carbonate cerussite is not chemically aggressive in the manner of a strong acid. It does not burn the skin or announce itself with an immediate sting. It is, in its quiet way, polite. The particles fractured from the ore face were small enough to remain suspended in the still air of a drift for hours, an invisible snowfall that coated the throat without triggering a cough, settled in the alveoli without raising an immediate alarm. The miner's lungs enacted a slow transaction. In exchange for the oxygen that kept the pick swinging, the membranes accepted a permanent deposit. The body kept no separate ledger, but the compound interest accumulated in the bronchial lymph nodes, in the blood, in the marrow that would one day produce the next generation's calcium scaffolding. The men did not call it exposure. They called it dust, and they called their cough the miner's complaint, and they called the creeping weakness in their hands a sign that a man had been underground too long. The chemistry went unnamed because the chemistry had no name in the vocabulary of the drift. Strange, then, that the very properties that made lead carbonate a poison made it also a valuable industrial feedstock. The same white powder that caked the miner's clothes was chemically identical to the pigment that, when milled with linseed oil, would become the brightest white the American home had ever seen. The ore that left Bon Terre on the St. Louis and Iron Mountain Railroad traveled to smelters and mills where it was transformed into sheet lead for pipes, shot lead for munitions, and the white carbonate that would one day grace the walls of schoolrooms and nurseries. The mine at the Earth's surface produced a raw material whose final form the miner would never see, but which would return to him indirectly years later in the paint of his own rented house, in the water pipes of the company town, in the air of the street where his children played. The circuit was both economic and circulatory, a closed loop through which the metal orbited from one form into another without ever leaving the human system that had extracted it. By the late 19th century, the Bon Terre mine had evolved into one of the largest underground lead operations in the world. The excavated chambers followed the ore body's meandering geometry, a labyrinth that could be navigated by men who had worked it for decades, but which remained unmapped in any total sense. Some of the stopes were 20 feet high, their ceilings supported by pillars of untouched dolomite that the engineers had calculated with cautious mathematics. The mathematics, however, did not account for the slow dissolution of the rock by groundwater, nor for the vibration of surface railways that transmitted through the limestone like a heartbeat through a drum. Now and then, a pillar would fail. The surface above would sag, a depression forming in a field or a barn floor, and the town would briefly hold its breath before resuming the ordinary business of extraction. The good earth of Bon Terre was becoming a geology of subtraction, a landscape defined not by what it contained, but by what had been removed. The paradox of the lead belt lay precisely there, in the gap between the ledgers and the lungs, the assay reports and the blood count, the tonnage hoisted and the tonnage inhaled. The mineral wealth was genuine, measurable in millions of pounds of metal, in fortunes built and reinvested, in railroads extended and towns founded. The promise of that wealth had pulled French voyageurs, American speculators, Cornish miners, Irish laborers, and freed slaves into a region that offered work to any man willing to be underground. And in return, the land gave what it had, galena, cerussite, carbonates, sulfur, a chemical complexity that the human body had not evolved to accommodate. The debt was not hidden, it was simply recorded in the wrong column. While the company books tallied profits and dividends, the miner's tissue kept its own accounting in lead atoms stored in bone, in the slow erosion of impulse control, in the shortened span of a working life. To walk through Bonne Terre today is to walk above a void. The old mine workings extend for miles beneath the town, beneath the highway, beneath the cemetery where many of the first miners are buried. In the 1960s, after the last ore had been hauled to the surface, the company allowed the underground to flood. The groundwater that had once seeped through fractured dolomite rose to reclaim the space, filling the galleries with a stillness that approaches the absolute. Divers who now explore the flooded mine report a darkness so complete that the beam of a high-powered light is swallowed within 20 feet, absorbed by the clear water and the dark rock, like a thought too faint to remember. The rooms they swim through are lined with the tool marks of the drift and pick era, the arcs and angles of human effort preserved in submerged silence, a negative archive of the labor that built the town above. The chemical debt did not dissolve when the water rose. The tailings piles left on the surface, the crushed waste rock from which the ore had been separated, continued to weather, releasing lead into the streams that drained the lead belt. The dust that had settled in miners' clothing, in the floorboards of their houses, in the soil of kitchen gardens, remained in place, a particulate record that outlasted the company that had produced it. The ore itself, sent out on rail cars to smelters hundreds of miles away, had already begun its diaspora into the industrial bloodstream of the nation. Paint, pipes, ammunition, sheet metal, the bright white pigment drying on 1,000 nursery walls. Each destination was a deferred exposure, a promise of utility with a fine print clause written in the language of the synapse. The lead belt opened as a geographical fact, a map coordinate, a mineralogical zone, a chapter in the economic history of American expansion. But it also opened as a temporal fact, a rupture in the fabric of consequence through which a slow-acting poison entered the bodies of those who had not yet been born. The men who swung the picks in the candle-lit drifts of the 1850s had no way of knowing that the same element they extracted would, a century later, be measured in the blood of children who had never been within 1,000 miles of a mine. They worked in the dark, and their work made a darkness of its own. The trickle of groundwater that accompanied their labor, that distant, patient drip through fractured rock, was the sound of a clock they could not read, counting toward a debt that had no statute of limitations, and no statute at all. The archive does not forgive. It merely keeps, in its own silent fashion, what was placed inside it. And what was placed inside the lead belt was enough to alter the chemical architecture of a continent. Beneath the cobblestones of Market Street, in the hour when even the watchmen have turned their faces from the wind, the water does not sleep. It moves through the dark in a low, untroubled gurgle, a sound carried upward through brick and packed earth, and the hollow channels of lead pipe that have replaced the old wooden mains, one block at a time since the turn of the century. The sound is faint enough that a householder stirring from a dream might mistake it for the settling of the frame or the distant wheel of a cart on the next street over. But it is constant. It is the city's own circulatory murmur, a soft mechanical pulse that reaches every pump, every kitchen cistern, every tin pitcher set out on a stone sill. At 2 in the morning, in a narrow row house parlor lit only by an oil lamp with a dirty chimney, That murmur is the only living thing in the room besides the man who has not gone to bed. He sits at a plain wooden table, a pewter mug half filled with hard cider resting near his right hand. The lamp flickers when a draft slips under the door. The pewter catches the light and holds it dull and gray, a little galaxy of scratches on the rim where the metal has been worn thin by use. He lifts the mug, drinks, and returns it to the table. The cider has a sharp, clean taste. It does not taste like metal. It never does. In the early decades of the Republic, the water pipe was a civic promise. Boston had laid its first wooden conduits in the 17th century. Bored-out pine logs joined with iron hoops and pitched to slow the rot. And Philadelphia had followed with a system that was, for its time, an act of municipal optimism. Wood was what the continent offered in abundance, and it carried water well enough for a generation, 2 generations, until the wood began to sour and split, and the streets above grew too heavy with wagon traffic for the hollow logs beneath. The replacement material needed to be malleable, frost-resistant, and cheap to work, and Lead answered all 3 requirements so neatly that the transition felt not like a choice, but like an engineering inevitability. By the 1820s, Lead service lines were branching out from new cast-iron mains in every American city that could afford them. The metal could be bent around existing foundations without cracking. It did not shatter when the ground froze. A plumber could join 2 sections with a white solder joint in less time than it took to hollow a fresh length of hemlock. From the perspective of the water commissioner and the builder and the householder who simply wanted the tap to flow in January, Lead was a quiet victory over friction and cold. The victory came with a small, old piece of knowledge that nobody in the water department seemed to need. In 1786, Benjamin Franklin, then in his 80th year and serving as president of Pennsylvania's Executive Council, had written to a friend about something he had noticed in the rum distilleries. The workers who handled the lead condensers fell sick with a peculiar set of miseries, a wrenching pain in the abdomen, a sluggishness of the bowels, a creeping weakness in the hands and wrists that made a man fumble his tools and lose his grip on a ladder rung. Physicians called it the dry gripes, or painter's colic, or simply plumism, a clinical nod to the Latin plumbum that had named the metal since the legions laid their own pipes across Gaul. Franklin's letter was not a cry of alarm. It was the observation of an old empiricist who had lived long enough to see a pattern repeat. He noted that the distemper seemed confined to those who worked the metal in its molten or corroded state, and he speculated, with the careful hedging of a man who respected chemistry more than he trusted anecdote, that something in the lead itself might be working its way into the body through air or skin or dissolved residue. The letter was published, read, filed, and largely left to the physicians. What no one asked, or what no one asked loudly enough to be heard over the sound of new construction, was whether the same metal that could sicken a rum distiller might also, under the right conditions, dissolve into the water that filled a family's tea kettle. The science of the era understood corrosion in a rough, descriptive sense. It knew that certain waters, particularly those that ran soft and slightly acidic through the pine barrens of the eastern seaboard, took up more of the pipe wall than hard limestone waters did. But the mechanism was treated as a nuisance of plumbing, a tendency of thin-walled tubes to pit and leak, rather than as a route of exposure. Water that emerged clear and cold from the tap was presumed innocent. The body's own senses, which could recoil from a foul odor or a visible sludge, had no reflex for dissolved ions. Lead in solution has no color, no scent, no immediate taste beyond a faint sweetness that is easily masked by the natural mineral bite of a shallow well. A child drinking a glass of water in a Philadelphia row house in 1820 was tasting nothing but water. The metal arrived with the same discretion it would exhibit in every subsequent decade of its American career. Above the buried pipes, in the rooms where the water was finally put to use, a second arrangement was quietly compounding the exposure. The pewter dinnerware that had been a staple of colonial housekeeping did not vanish with independence. It persisted through the early republic as a solid, respectable middle-class material, less costly than silver, but far more dignified than the coarse redware the poorest families used. American pewterers cast plates, porringers, tankards, and spoons from an alloy whose working properties depended, in large measure, on how much lead had been added to the tin. A good, workable pewter might contain 20 or 25% lead, sometimes 30. The lead lowered the melting temperature, improved the pour, and gave the finished piece a smooth, mellow luster that housewives polished with ash paste until the surface gleamed like a mirror darkened by smoke. A well-laid table in a federal-style house was likely set with pewter plates that were, by weight, 1/4 neurologically active heavy metal. The problem was not the pewter in repose. It was the chemistry of the meal. Vinegar dressings, sharp ciders, stewed fruits, and above all the tomato, that strange, brilliant, mistrusted fruit of the New World that had spent 2 centuries being suspected of poison by Europeans, were acidic enough to leach lead ions from the plate surface over the course of an hour's dinner. The leaching was slow, incremental, invisible. It did not discolor the food. It did not announce itself with a bitter edge in the mouth. It simply converted a portion of the plate into a dietary supplement whose effects accumulated in the bones and the blood, and, eventually, in the delicate fatty sheaths of the peripheral nerves. There is a historical footnote, repeated often enough that it has acquired the patina of truth even if its documentary trail is thin, that the European aristocracy's long fear of the tomato was not irrational but circumstantial. The wealthy ate from pewter, the poor from wood, and only the wealthy got sick. Whether the story is apocryphal or exact, the chemistry it points to is sound. The plate was the poison, not the fruit. Physicians who treated the dry gripes understood, in a limited way, that the gut was the first organ to protest. The lead ion, once swallowed, disrupts the normal contraction of the smooth muscle that lines the intestines, creating the agonizing, airless constipation that gave the disease its colloquial name. But the gut was only the alarm bell. A smaller, quieter fraction of the ingested lead bypassed the bowel and entered the bloodstream, where it began a long, methodical search for places to settle. It found its natural home in the skeleton, substituting for calcium in the mineral lattice of the bones with an ease that made no distinction between the 2 elements at the molecular level. A child's growing skeleton, greedy for calcium, took up lead at an accelerated rate and stored it in the shafts of the long bones and the plates of the skull, where it would lie inert for years, sometimes decades, until a pregnancy or a fracture or the slow demineralization of age called the ion back into circulation. The body kept an inventory it could not read. By the 1830s, the American home had equipped itself with 2 technologies of modernity that shared a single, unremarked chemical signature. The lead pipe delivered water that was cleaner and more reliable than the intermittent bucket from the neighborhood pump, and it reduced the burden of typhus and the summer cholera that swept the low-lying wards. The pewter plate elevated the dining table from a crude board to a scene of domestic dignity, and it cost a fraction of what imported porcelain demanded. Both were rational improvements. Both were expressions of a young nation's faith that material progress was, on balance, a moral good. And both were engaged, in their quiet, continuous, unlegislated way, in transferring a potent neurotoxin from the built environment into the human body at concentrations that no one was measuring, because no apparatus yet existed to measure them. The gap between what the physician's casebook recorded and what the kitchen tap was doing in the dark was a gap of scale. The distiller's palsy was acute, visible, a crisis that brought a man to the ward. The pipe and the plate worked in the register of the chronic, the subclinical, the diffuse. They did not drop a worker to the floor. They subtracted a half point of cognitive sharpness, a degree of impulse control, a little of the patience that makes a parent slow to anger. And they spread that subtraction across an entire population without leaving a signature that anyone at the time was equipped to recognize as a single phenomenon. A curious fact, the kind that the archive preserves almost by accident, is that some households acidified their water on purpose. A dash of vinegar in the morning pitcher was thought to cut the heaviness of certain well waters, to make them more refreshing. The cookbooks of the early republic are full of small adjustments like this. The inherited wisdom of the palate applied to the municipal supply without any awareness that the same pleasant sharpness was quietly increasing the metal's solubility. The chemical equation was simple. Acid plus lead pipe equals more dissolved lead. But the equation lived in a laboratory that had not yet been built, and the remedy, a squeeze of lemon, a spoonful of shrub, lived in the kitchen where it seemed like nothing more than taste. This is the cruelest kind of historical irony, the one in which no single actor is blameworthy in any way that a court could name. And yet the harm unfolds with the mechanical regularity of a process that simply does not care whether it is understood. If you walk the old streets of Philadelphia or Boston today, some of those lead service lines are still in the ground, buried under generations of asphalt and cobblestone repair. The water that runs through them is treated now, adjusted with orthophosphate to build a scale on the pipe wall that limits corrosion, because the engineers of the 20th century finally learned what the physicians of the 18th had guessed. But the pipes themselves remain as a kind of material memory, a ledger written in metal that records the long American bet that what you cannot see and cannot taste will not, in the end, find a way to hurt you. The man at the wooden table in the narrow row-house parlor finishes his cider, and the pewter mug is empty, but for a thin crescent of liquid at the bottom that catches the lamplight and holds it, steady and golden, for a moment before the oil gutters and the room goes dark. The water in the wall keeps moving. It will keep moving all night, through the pipes and the sleep of the household, through the bones of the sleeping children, through the ledger pages of the city water office where no entry has yet been made to record what the pipes are carrying besides water. The archive does not yet have a name for the transaction, but the transaction has already been underway for a generation, and it will not stop when the sun comes up. The low hum of a summer afternoon inside a sun-bleached room, lace curtains stirring, the faint Swedish odor of drying oil paint, and the surface of a painted crib rail worn to a soft mat by tiny teeth. This was the sound of safety, the smell of new beginnings, the texture of modern domestic life as it was sold to millions of American families in the first half of the 20th century. The paint on that crib rail was not merely white. It was the whitest white commerce had ever manufactured, a pigment so brilliant and so obedient to the brush that it seemed to carry light into the darkest corners of a tenement kitchen or a windowless hallway. That brilliance had a name and a genealogy and a quiet chemical secret that would take the better part of a century to force into the open. The story of that whiteness begins not in an American factory, but in the stackyards of the Dutch Republic, where a process known to alchemists and artisan pigment makers since antiquity was scaled into something resembling industry sometime in the early 17th century. The raw materials were unremarkable: thin coils of metallic lead, earthenware pots, vinegar brewed from spoiled wine or malt, and spent tan bark hauled from the leather tanneries that dotted the lowlands. Workers would arrange these ingredients in layers inside large sheds, the lead coils resting above the vinegar in sealed pots, bedded in the warm, fermenting bark. Heat and acetic acid vapor did the rest over the course of weeks, converting the gray metal into a fine, white, flaky crust of lead carbonate. The crust was scraped, washed, ground, and dried into a powder of extraordinary hiding power. A single pound of it could turn gallons of linseed oil into a paint that covered more square feet than any other white pigment then available, and the coating it left behind was not just opaque, but glossy, self-leveling, and durable. The Dutch called it loodwit, the English white lead, the Americans eventually the standard by which all interior paint was judged. The technique traveled across the English Channel and then across the Atlantic, establishing itself in small mills in Pennsylvania and Ohio before the Civil War. By the 1880s, American paint manufacturers had refined and accelerated the Dutch process into a continuous production line. The lead coils arrived by railcar from the Missouri mines, the vinegar from nearby distilleries, the tan bark from the forests of the Midwest. The stacked sheds grew into long, low buildings that could process thousands of pounds of metal at a time. Workers inside them developed a particular pallor that was noted but not publicly investigated: a slight tremor in the hands, a persistent metallic taste at the back of the throat that they learned to ignore. The record shows a production tally rising year after year. The margin shows a quiet toll paid in bodies, but the margins of industrial ledgers are not where the culture looks for its stories. The culture was looking at the product, which was immaculate. White lead paint arrived in the American marketplace alongside a transformation in domestic architecture and hygiene culture. The Victorian home, with its heavy draperies, dark woodwork, and accumulation of ornament, was giving way to a lighter, more sanitary ideal. Hospitals, sanatoriums, and schoolrooms led the shift: tiled walls, enameled iron bedsteads, and surfaces that could be scrubbed down with carbolic soap. White paint answered this demand perfectly. Its surface was not only washable, but actively hostile to dirt, its gloss repelling soot, grease, and the sticky residues of urban coal smoke far better than the flat calcimine or distemper paints that had gone before. By the 1890s, the leading American paint companies, National Lead, Sherwin-Williams, Dutch Boy, were marketing lead paint not as one finish among many, but as the finish of moral cleanliness. Advertisements from the period conflate spotless walls with spotless character, framing the painted interior as a shield against the moral and microbial contamination of the tenement, the street, the saloon. The pigment was no longer simply a mineral. It was a household virtue, and its color was the color of pure intention. The campaign reached its rhetorical peak in the 1920s, the same decade that tetraethyl lead was entering gasoline, and the Lead Industries Association was quietly consolidating its influence over public health research. A 1922 magazine advertisement, full-page, color-printed, shows a mother in a white dress standing beside a white enameled crib. The headline reads, "The Guardian of the Home." The text below explains that Dutch boy white lead paint seals the nursery against dampness, decay, and disease, that it can be scrubbed without dulling, that it outlasts substitutes by years. The ad omits, of course, the one property of the paint that made it a guardian of nothing at all. As the binder, the linseed oil slowly oxidized over months and years. The paint film began to chalk. Friction from a window sash, the brush of a hand, the crawl of an infant across the sill released a fine white dust into the air and onto the floor. That dust was lead carbonate, sweet-tasting and invisible on a child's fingers, and a toddler who touched a windowsill and then put those fingers in her mouth received a dose of a potent neurotoxin several times a day. The molecule had perfect manners and bad intentions. It impersonated calcium in the chemistry of the developing brain, slipping through the blood-brain barrier and interfering with the precisely timed dance of synapse formation and pruning upon which everything we call cognition depends. The crib rail worn soft by tiny teeth was not a mark of innocent teething. It was a record of ingestion. The paradox sits at the center of this chapter like a single paint flake suspended in a shaft of afternoon light. The color of purity, of fresh possibility, of the clean American start was the most efficient vector for a chronic neurotoxin in the domestic environment. And it was efficient precisely because it was desirable. No one forced mothers to paint nurseries white. They chose it because it was beautiful, modern, luminous. Hospitals did not adopt lead paint because they were deceived by a sinister conspiracy. They adopted it because it performed better than any alternative at repelling the dirt and bacteria that every surgeon knew could kill a patient on the table. The danger was not hidden in a locked room. It sat openly on every wall, labeled not as a hazard but as an improvement, a triumph of applied chemistry, a gift from the continent's mineral wealth to the continent's children. The plant had no politics, but its bark acquired an empire. The lead vein in the Missouri dolomite had no opinion about nursery decoration. It simply traveled, by way of smelter and factory and railcar and hardware store and careful housewife, into the thin layer of dust on the floor where the future lay learning to walk. The trade literature of the 1930s and 1940s makes for a particular kind of difficult reading now, not because it reveals overt villainy, but because it reveals a studied incuriosity that functioned as an accomplice to harm. Paint manufacturers knew by 1900, if not earlier, that workers in white lead factories suffered from wrist drop, colic, convulsions, and progressive cognitive decline. They knew that European nations, France, Belgium, Great Britain, had begun passing restrictions on white lead in interior paint as early as 1909, following a series of highly publicized poisonings in working-class neighborhoods. The Lead Industries Association, founded in 1928, monitored these developments carefully and decided that the American market required a different strategy. Rather than acknowledge the hazard and develop safer alternatives, the association poured its resources into marketing, into relationships with government procurement officers, and into the quiet cultivation of medical opinion. A 1933 issue of the Painter and Decorator, a trade journal, urged readers to counter the prejudice against white lead by explaining to customers that the paint was perfectly safe once dry, that poisoning occurred only among slovenly workers who neglected personal cleanliness, a formulation that shifted the locus of danger from the material to the person handling it, and, by extension, exonerated the product that sat drying in the next room. The campaign worked for half a century. Federal, state, and municipal governments specified white lead paint for public buildings, schools, and housing projects well into the 1950s, awarding contracts that effectively certified the product's safety. The Federal Housing Administration's architectural standards, issued in the 1930s and influential for decades, called for washable, durable interior finishes and did not discourage lead paint. The paint industry had managed something remarkable, a maneuver that would be duplicated by other industries in later decades. It had made the absence of regulation feel like the natural order of things, and the suggestion of restriction feel like an unscientific attack on American prosperity. The bottle was small enough to disappear in a coat pocket, a sample can of the whitest white, handed out at a county fair, but large enough to change the chemistry of a neighborhood. What moves a listener now, decades after the Consumer Product Safety Commission finally banned residential lead paint in 1978, is not the ignorance of the past, but its confidence. The advertisements, the trade articles, the reassuring statements from corporate laboratories all share a tone of serene certainty. This product is good. This product is clean. This product is the future. The reality is that the paint on the nursery wall was slowly delaminating into 1 million invisible particles, and that the particles were settling onto stuffed animals and bedding, and the ridges of a floor vent where a child might lie on a hot afternoon to feel the breeze from the basement fan. The discovery did not end the story. It made the story portable, migrating it from the factory floor to the home, and in the home it found its longest residence. The chemistry of the Dutch process offers its own quiet metaphor. The lead coils, placed above vinegar and fermented bark, whitened not despite the corrosive atmosphere but because of it. The metal acquired its value, its opacity, its brilliance, its commercial worth, through a slow acidic transformation that left it chemically altered all the way through. The paint that dried on the crib rail carried within it the memory of the stack shed, the acetic vapor, the weeks of patient corrosion. And once it began to chalk, once the toddler's damp hands smeared across the sill, the same chemical patience that had made the pigment white began to make it bioavailable, converting a decorative surface back into an ionic form that the body could absorb and the skeleton could store. The paint did not betray the room. It simply continued to follow its chemistry, indifferent, lawful, and slow. A single window in a 1925 Philadelphia row house, repainted faithfully every spring for 40 years, could accumulate over a pound of lead in its surrounding wood and plaster. When the sash was raised, the particles entered the air. When it rained, they washed into the soil. When a child pressed her forehead to the glass to watch the street below, the dust adhered to her skin. None of this was secret. The mechanism was documented in German medical journals by the 1880s and in American pediatric literature by the 1920s. The gap between knowledge and action, which runs like a fissure through the entire 20th century, opened here in a room full of sunlight and lace curtains and the smell of a new coat of paint. The weather of the archive is dry and quiet. It preserves the ledgers of the Lead Industries Association, the promotional pamphlets, the reassuring letters to nervous mothers who had read something alarming in the newspaper and written to the manufacturer for comfort. The replies are cordial, thorough, and wrong. And yet the chapter does not close on a note of simple accusation, because accusation is a genre that too often lets the accuser step outside the frame. The whiteness of white lead was desired by the culture long before it was manufactured by the corporation. The drive for domestic perfection, for the washable wall and the spotless nursery, and the house that looked like the advertisement, was a drive that lived deep in the aspirational heart of the American middle class. Lead paint succeeded because it satisfied a genuine hunger, and the hunger outlasted the knowledge of the cost. The crib rail, worn to a soft mat by tiny teeth, is not an exhibit in a trial. It is an artifact in an archive that holds the receipts of a transaction between comfort and chemistry, a transaction whose terms were written in a language the purchasers could not read until long after the bill had been passed to the next generation. The low hum of the summer afternoon has not stopped. It continues now, in a room that might be any room, in a city that might be any city with old housing stock and painted windows and the residual dust of a century's improvement projects. The lace curtains stir, the light angles across the floor. Somewhere in the walls, slow as geology, the paint continues its patient chemistry, waiting to be disturbed, waiting to become dust again, carrying the metal that raised America into the air that America breathes. The ledger is still open. The first sound the combustion chamber makes is not the clean hum of a running engine, but the knock. It comes as a metallic rattle, a small, insistent hammering deep inside the cast iron, a sound that even experienced drivers described as gravel thrown against a manhole cover. In the early years of the 20th century, that sound was the thing standing between the American automobile and its own destiny. The engine wanted to spin faster, to squeeze the fuel-air mixture tighter, to wring more power from each gallon. But push past a certain threshold, and the knock would begin, a mechanical arrhythmia that cracked piston crowns and burned holes through cylinder heads. The sound was not simply a nuisance, it was a physical limit, a wall of thermodynamics written in vibration. And in the research labs of the General Motors Corporation, one man had been given the task of finding an additive that would make that wall disappear. His name was Thomas Midgley Jr., and by 1921 he had already spent years inside the problem. Trained as a mechanical engineer but possessed of a chemist's intuition for the periodic table, Midgley approached engine knock as a puzzle of molecular architecture. He had previously solved a different industrial headache: the toxic and corrosive nature of early refrigeration gases, by inventing chlorofluorocarbons, a substance whose ultimate planetary legacy would become its own vast and quiet disaster. Now he turned his attention to the internal combustion engine, and he began to work through a systematic elimination of compounds that might, when dissolved in gasoline at parts per thousand, suppress the detonation wave. The laboratory bench filled with small glass vials, each containing a different colorless liquid, each tested on a single-cylinder engine mounted in the corner of the lab. The engine ran through the night. Its exhaust pipe fed out the window, and Midgley's notebook slowly accumulated a catalog of failure. Aniline helped but oxidized too quickly. Selenium smelled so foul the technicians refused to work near it. Bromine showed promise but attacked the metal parts. The search was methodical, expensive, and strangely intimate. A man listening to a machine the way a physician listens to a heart murmur, waiting for the irregular beat to subside. The compound that finally silenced the knock arrived not as a new discovery, but as a known industrial substance repurposed: tetraethyl lead, a dense, oily liquid synthesized from lead-sodium alloy and ethyl bromide, had been prepared in the 19th century and mostly ignored. Midgley obtained a sample and added it to the test fuel at a concentration of 1 part in 1,000. The engine ran smoothly. The metallic hammering stopped. The cylinder temperatures dropped. A single fluid ounce mixed into a gallon of gasoline, could transform a pinging, shuddering engine into a quiet and obedient machine. The effect was so dramatic, so immediate, that Midgley's colleagues described the moment as a kind of mechanical exorcism. The liquid itself was peculiar. It evaporated easily, leaving an invisible vapor, and its sweet, slightly fruity odor hung in the air of the laboratory like a misplaced perfume. The men who handled it noticed that it left a faint film on the skin, a sensation of warmth that lasted long after washing. The strange part was not that tetraethyl lead worked, but that nobody understood precisely why. The heavy metal atoms seemed to interrupt the chain reaction chemistry of the fuel-air explosion, acting as a molecular fire break that prevented the pressure spike from racing ahead of the flame front. Lead oxide particles, formed in the combustion process, coated the cylinder walls and piston dome with a microscopic cushion, a sacrificial layer that dampened the chaotic detonation. The explanation was provisional, almost poetic, a soft metal stepping into the violence of the explosion and absorbing its chaos. But the results were undeniable. General Motors filed patents. Standard Oil of New Jersey, which controlled much of the refining infrastructure, saw the commercial horizon open before them. DuPont, with its manufacturing capacity, positioned itself to supply the chemical. Three of the most powerful industrial corporations in America aligned around a clear liquid in a glass bottle. Then Midgley began to fall ill. The symptoms crept in over weeks: a deep fatigue that sleep could not touch, a metallic taste on the tongue that persisted through meals, a looseness in the bowels, and something stranger, a sensation of pressure behind the eyes, as if the optic nerve were being gently compressed. His handwriting in the lab notebooks grew shakier. He lost weight. The company doctor examined him and recorded what the medical journals of the time called plumism, the slow saturation of the body by lead. Midgley's blood and urine showed levels that would have been alarming in any industrial worker, but he was the head of the research program, and the solution was not to stop production but to send the man away for recovery. In the winter of 1922-1923, he traveled to Florida, to the salt air and the long beaches, where he sat on the veranda of a rented house and read the toxicological literature that described, in dispassionate clinical prose, exactly what was happening inside his own nervous system. The convalescence stretched for months. He breathed the sea air and allowed the lead to slowly leach from his tissues into the safe sequestration of his bones, where it would remain, stored in the mineral lattice with a half-life of decades. When he returned to Dayton, Ohio, and walked back into the laboratory, the bottle of tetraethyl lead was still on the shelf. The engine was still bolted to its stand. The nation was still waiting for quiet, powerful gasoline. And the man who had spent months recovering from the very substance he had championed made a decision that would echo through the rest of the century. He would publicly demonstrate that the product was safe. The press conference took place in a hotel room, or perhaps a corporate office, the exact location now lost to the tidy indifference of archived press releases. A reporter from a newspaper syndicate, a few men from the trade journals, a photographer. The room smelled of floor wax and fresh paper, and the winter light came through the windows at a low angle, catching the motes of dust that hung in the still air. On a polished wooden table sat a single glass bottle, unlabeled. Thomas Midgley stood beside it, wearing a business suit and the calm, assured expression of a man about to perform a minor miracle. He unscrewed the cap. The faint, sweet odor of tetraethyl lead filled the immediate vicinity, a smell that, to anyone familiar with the chemistry, was the olfactory signature of an organic lead compound moving into the lungs. Midgley poured a small quantity of the liquid into the cupped palm of his left hand. He rubbed it between his fingers, letting the oily fluid coat his skin, and then held his hand out for the reporters to see. He dried his hand on a white handkerchief, folded it once, and placed it on the table. Then he lifted the bottle to his face, held it just beneath his nostrils, and inhaled deeply, once, twice, holding the breath each time before exhaling. He set the bottle down. He smiled. The demonstration, he explained, proved that the substance could be handled without danger, that the industrial process would be managed by trained men, that the public had nothing to fear. The reporters wrote it down. The photograph showed Midgley with the bottle at his nose, the light gleaming on the glass, his eyes untroubled. The image was meant to close the question of safety, and it succeeded remarkably well, because the American public had been trained to trust the man in the lab coat, the corporation with the clean logo, the product that made the machine run smoothly. The bottle was small enough to disappear in a coat pocket, but large enough to change the chemical composition of every city street in the country. By 1923, the three corporate partners had formalized their arrangement into a new entity. They called it the Ethyl Corporation, a name that required no mention of the principal ingredient. The word derived from the ethyl alcohol group present in the compound, an innocent organic radical that could have been borrowed from a pharmacy jar. The branding was deliberate, surgical. The word lead appeared nowhere on the product name, nowhere in the early advertisements, nowhere on the drums of concentrate that began shipping from the DuPont plant in Deepwater, New Jersey. Gasoline blended with the additive was sold as ethyl gasoline, and the pumps that dispensed it into the tanks of Model Ts and Studebakers bore a simple, elegant logo in red and white. The liquid itself was mixed at a facility that, by 1924, would be running 24 hours a day, producing a stream of tetraethyl lead that flowed out into the distribution networks of a nation falling in love with the open road. The record shows a cure for engine knock. The margin shows a cost that the corporate accountants did not enter into the ledger. Thomas Midgley, the man who had listened to the engine's protest and silenced it, walked away from his own poisoning and chose to become the public face of the solution. The lead that had sickened him had already begun its quiet migration into his long bones, where it would remain, inert and patient, never visible on an X-ray, never detectable on a routine examination. The same lead would, within a few years, begin its journey into the bones of millions of American children who would never see a gasoline refinery, who would only feel the smooth acceleration of their fathers' cars and breathe the invisible particulate fallout of a technology that had been introduced with a handshake and a demonstration. The engine idled cleanly in the darkened garage, its knock now a memory, its exhaust curling into the winter air with a chemical signature that no instrument at the time was calibrated to measure. The driver sat still behind the wheel, listening to the new, easy rhythm, unaware that the quiet was not the end of a problem, but the beginning of a different kind of noise, one that would take half a century to become audible, and that would eventually be heard in schoolrooms, in pediatric clinics, in the impulse control of an entire generation. The bottle had done its work. The road lay open, and the silence inside the cylinder was the most expensive quiet America had ever purchased. The air inside the Bayway refinery had a smell that the men learned to stop noticing, something halfway between overripe fruit and the chemical sweetness of a new automobile interior. It was autumn of 1924. and the plant across the Arthur Kill from Staten Island ran hot through the shortening days, its brick chambers simmering with the reaction that was going to quiet every engine in America. Ethyl fluid moved through copper tubing and settled into shipping drums stamped with a logo that carefully omitted the name of the element it contained. Lead had become a product with no lead in its title. The men who handled it wore no masks because the hazard was still theoretical, or at least officially unadmitted, and the pay was the kind of industrial wage that tolerated a great deal of official unadmittance. They worked in a building that hummed with the sound of distant combustion, 2 stories of brick and steel where tetraethyl lead was brewed from metallic sodium and ethyl chloride, and an alloy rich in a metal that Rome had once mined with enslaved labor. The chemical was astonishingly efficient. A few milliliters poured into a tank of gasoline could raise the fuel's octane rating enough to stop the violent premature detonation that made engines knock like a fist inside a cylinder. The problem of engine knock had stumped automotive engineers for 2 decades, an obstacle to compression, to power, to the smooth, silent running that modernity seemed to demand. And here, in vats and condensers and iron retorts, was the answer: a clear, faintly oily liquid that smelled like an industrial secret and crossed the skin without resistance. Then the men began to get strange. The strangeness came on as a slow fracture in ordinary reality. A worker named Ernest Olgarth was among the first, though the order of symptoms and names would later blur in the company's internal memoranda. He began to see things that were not in the room: small animals scurrying along the pipes, the faces of people he knew hovering in the steam from the kettles. He grew agitated, then terrified, then violent. He had to be restrained. Another man, Walter G. Grebe, a chemical operator with years of steady attendance, started speaking to his dead brother as if he were standing beside the control valves, his voice calm and conversational, his body rigid with a terror. His voice refused to acknowledge. A third man tried to walk through a brick wall, convinced it was a doorway that his supervisors were deliberately hiding. None of this was metaphor. All of it was written down later, in hospital charts and company accident reports, in the careful language that institutions use when they are learning something they do not yet want to name. Over the course of a few weeks, 49 men were taken from the plant to nearby hospitals. They arrived by ambulance, by company truck, by the private cars of foremen who did not know what else to do. They arrived with convulsions so severe that the hospital staff had to tie them to their beds. They arrived caught in elaborate paranoid delusions, sweating through their paper gowns, their pulses thin and racing. The smell of the plant came with them, clinging to their clothing, a sweet and metallic ghost that lingered in the emergency ward long after the men had been sedated. 5 of them died. The death certificates listed causes that circled around the truth without landing on it: encephalitis, acute mania, cerebral congestion. The truth: acute lead encephalopathy, the brain swelling inside the skull until it herniates down through the base, was not yet the kind of fact that a death certificate could comfortably hold. The press arrived before the clarity did. Newspapers in New York and New Jersey began running stories about the Loony gas building, a phrase that did not need much explanation. A gas that made men lose their minds carried its own folk terminology, a label that factory workers could deploy without medical training. The Standard Oil Company of New Jersey, which operated the Bayway plant, did what large industrial concerns had learned to do when their internal processes became external scandals. It stopped production. The shutdown was announced as voluntary, conscientious, a pause undertaken out of an abundance of caution. The company issued statements that expressed deep concern for the affected workers, while carefully avoiding any admission that the compound they had been manufacturing was intrinsically dangerous. The problem, they suggested, was not lead. The problem was some local failure of ventilation, some lapse of procedure, some individual susceptibility. The chemical itself was blameless. The chemical was a miracle. The United States Surgeon General, Hugh S. Cumming, convened a conference in Washington in May of 1925. The room held representatives from General Motors, from Standard Oil, from DuPont, the three corporate parents of the Ethyl Corporation, and a collection of public health officials, toxicologists, and medical researchers. The conference was not a trial. It was not an inquest. It was a consultation among gentlemen, held in a wood-paneled room where the light fell on neat stacks of paper, and the water pitchers were full, and the chairs were arranged to suggest collaboration rather than conflict. The transcript that survives shows a pattern that would repeat itself for the next half-century. Industry scientists rising to explain that lead was a natural component of the human environment, that trace amounts were present in soil and water and food, that the body possessed mechanisms for handling such exposure, and that the real problem was simply a matter of occupational hygiene, better ventilation, rubber gloves, worker rotation through the most hazardous tasks. These measures, they argued, would render the production of tetraethyl lead as safe as any other chemical process, essential to the nation's industrial future. The counter-argument, to the extent one was permitted, came from a small group of researchers who had been studying lead toxicity in animals and in the clinic. They pointed out that the kind of lead in tetraethyl fluid was not the inorganic lead of old pipes or paint. It was an organic lead compound, fat-soluble, capable of crossing biological membranes with a speed and completeness that the older forms of the metal could not match. The danger was not trace contamination. The danger was the molecule itself, a delivery system expressly designed to insert lead into the most sensitive tissues the human body possessed. But the counter-argument required the assembled officials to imagine a future of diffuse, chronic exposure, the kind that had not yet occurred, the kind that would take decades to register in population-level data, and the conference was not well designed for imagining futures. It was designed for managing the present, and the present contained a powerful new industry whose products were already shipping to refineries, whose patents had already been filed, whose economic logic had already been absorbed into the balance sheets of three of the largest corporations in the world. The Surgeon General's conference ended without binding regulation. It produced a set of recommendations and a voluntary agreement to suspend production until certain workplace safety measures could be implemented. The suspension lasted a few months. Then the kettles at Bayway and at the new deep-water plant across the river began to heat again. Men went back to work under the improved ventilation systems, wearing the recommended protective gear, and the neurological wards in New Jersey slowly emptied of the acute cases who had survived. The dead were buried. The permanently disabled were discharged to the care of their families, their names gradually fading from the corporate correspondence, their symptoms reduced to actuarial notations in the ledgers of the Ethyl Corporation. The Loony gas building had served its purpose. It had demonstrated, in its small, contained catastrophe, exactly how much damage the institutional immune system could absorb before it classified the pathogen as acceptable. The real precedent set in that wood-paneled room in 1925 was not about tetraethyl lead. It was about the structure of decision-making that would govern American chemical innovation for generations. A new substance could be introduced into the material environment of millions of people. Its dangers could be discovered not through careful prospective study, but through the bodies of the workers who manufactured it. Those bodies could be treated as an acceptable early warning system, their neurological damage written off as a kind of research expense. And when the question reached the level of federal regulation, the answer would be shaped not by the precautionary principle that said, "Do not release until proven safe," but by the industrial principle that said, "Produce until restrained, and restrain only when production becomes impossible." The conference did not decide this explicitly. It simply declined to decide otherwise. The silence had a signature. The margins of the transcript contained the real ruling. There is a particular sound that a heavy steel door makes when it closes at the end of a long institutional hallway. It is not a slam. It is a soft, resonant thud, felt in the sternum as much as heard, followed by the whisper of a latch engaging. The hall beyond it is lit by a fluorescent fixture that flickers faintly at the edge of perception. Its ballast aging, its light, the color of old ice. The floor has been mopped recently, and the air carries a thin mixture of iodine and wet concrete, the smell of a place where bodies are processed rather than healed. Somewhere down the hall, a man whose name no longer appears in the company files is lying in a bed, his restraints loosened but still near at hand. He is staring at a ceiling tile. He is watching it slowly slide open to reveal a sky that is not there. He is one of the ones who did not die, which means he is one of the ones who will carry the bay inside his skull for the rest of his life, an inland sea of industrial memory that no amount of fresh air will ever evaporate. The nation, meanwhile, had already turned its attention to the road. The automobile was transforming the American landscape with a speed that made the Bayway incident look like a tiny transient stain on a much larger canvas. There were millions of cars on the roads by 1925, and the industry that built them had solved the problem that had been holding them back. Engines could now run at higher compression, produce more power, accelerate more smoothly. The lead that quieted the knock also made possible the long-distance family vacation, the suburban commute, the 16-lane highway, the entire geography of post-war mobility. All of that was latent in the clear liquid that had dripped from the condensers at Bayway. The future of the open road ran straight through the closed ward, but you could not see the ward from the highway. You could not hear it over the engine's quiet hum. You could only smell it, faintly, in the exhaust of a passing car, if you knew what to look for, and almost nobody did. The evening light came through the elms at a low angle, honeyed and heavy, the kind of light that made every lawn on the block look like the cover of a savings and loan calendar. A station wagon rolled into the carport, its two-tone paint still throwing off the day's heat in waves. The engine ticked as it cooled, a rhythm like a watch losing time, and the air around it had that sweet, hot metal smell: cooked oil, oxidizing steel, and something else, something you couldn't name unless you knew the chemistry. A child's bicycle lay on its side in the grass, one pedal dug into the dirt, the chrome handlebars catching the last of the sun. Inside the house, a television murmured statistics about the pennant race, and somewhere down the street, a sprinkler chuffed its steady arc across a perfect rectangle of Kentucky bluegrass. You could have filmed it all in Kodachrome and called it the American Century, and you would not have been wrong. You just would not have been telling the whole story. The whole story was invisible in that cooling engine. For nearly 50 years, American gasoline had carried a secret additive, a molecule designed in a corporate laboratory to solve a mechanical problem. The problem was engine knock, the premature detonation of fuel that wasted power and scored cylinder walls. The solution was tetraethyl lead, a compound that blended easily with gasoline, burned smoothly, and left behind a residue no one saw. In the combustion chamber, at temperatures that turned iron red, tetraethyl lead decomposed into lead oxide, lead chloride, lead bromide. The exhaust valve opened, and those particles shot out into the air, too fine to see, too light to fall immediately, small enough to ride the same breeze that stirred the lace curtains in an open window. The Environmental Protection Agency would later calculate that by the 1970s, 90% of airborne lead in the United States came from automobile exhaust, not from smokestacks, not from paint factories, from tailpipes, from the family sedan. That statistic has the shape of an indictment, but it felt like nothing at the time. There was no smoke, no stench, no taste on the tongue. Tetraethyl lead had been engineered precisely to be unobtrusive. It did its work inside the engine and then vanished into the atmosphere, a perfect industrial solution to a perfect industrial problem. The only visible trace was the fine gray-white powder that built up on spark plugs and valve seats, and mechanics learned to blow it off with compressed air and think no more about it. The lead itself, however, did not vanish. It traveled. Consider the particle. A single lead oxide crystal from a 1965 Chevrolet exhaust pipe measured 1/10,000th of a millimeter across, roughly the size of a virus. It could stay airborne for days. It could drift over a neighborhood, over a school playground, over a tomato garden, and then settle. Some particles landed on rooftops and were washed by rain into the soil. Some landed directly on the ground, where they bound to clay and organic matter in the top 2 inches of earth. Some entered houses through open windows and screen doors, mixing with ordinary household dust. And because lead does not degrade, it is an element, not a compound that breaks down. Every particle that landed in 1965 was still there. In 1975 and in 1985, and it is still there now, waiting in the shallow toxic horizon that underlies almost every American city. The soil tells the story if you know how to read it. Soil scientists have taken cores from parks and vacant lots and backyard flower beds in neighborhoods across the country. The pattern is always the same. Lead concentrations spike sharply at the surface, reaching their highest levels in the layer that corresponds to the peak of leaded gasoline consumption between the late 1940s and the early 1970s. Along major roadways, the numbers climb into the hundreds or even thousands of parts per million. In the vegetable garden of a house built in 1955, the carrots and lettuce and radishes pull lead out of the dirt along with potassium and phosphorus, concentrating it in their edible roots and leaves. The soil is not malicious. It is simply doing what soil does, holding on to whatever falls into it, keeping a chemical ledger that no one asked it to keep. The same ledger was kept indoors, in the dust that collected on windowsills, baseboards, and floors. Studies conducted in the 1970s found that household dust in urban and suburban homes contained lead at concentrations that, if the dust were soil, would have triggered a Superfund cleanup. The dust came from outside, tracked in on shoes, blown in on breezes, carried in on the fur of the family dog. But it also came from inside, where decades of lead paint had chalked into powder that mixed with the airborne fallout from the street. A child crawling across a living room floor was moving through a fine particulate cloud of lead. and every exploratory hand-to-mouth motion transferred a few micrograms of the metal from floor to tongue. It was not a single exposure, not a poisoning event with a beginning and an end. It was a chronic, diffuse, entirely ordinary feature of growing up in mid-century America. It was what the air was made of. The average American child born in 1965 had a blood lead level that would today trigger a public health investigation. But at the time, the medical consensus held that children were clinically fine unless they showed the overt signs of acute lead poisoning, the abdominal pain, the seizures, the encephalopathy that could kill or permanently disable. That threshold was set at 60 micrograms per deciliter, then 40, then 30. The experts were chasing a number that kept moving downward because the harm kept showing up at lower and lower levels, long before any symptom appeared that a mother could see with her own eyes. The harm was happening in slow motion inside the developing brain, and it looked like nothing at all. A little more fidgeting, a slightly shorter attention span, a few points shaved off a test score that would never be administered, so the loss would never be measured. The child was not sick. The child was simply slightly less than they would have been. The paradox sits at the heart of the automobile's place in American life. The car promised freedom, mobility, the open road, the collapse of distance. It delivered all of that. The same machine that carried a family to Yellowstone National Park, to a new job in a new city, to a drive-in movie under a summer sky, was simultaneously laying down a geography of neurological erosion that would last longer than the car itself. The exhaust from that station wagon did not stay politely on the highway. It drifted into the neighborhoods it drove through, settled onto the playground where the driver's own children climbed on the jungle gym, accumulated in the soil where those children would later grow their gardens and let their grandchildren play. The freedom of the road was real, and it was funded by a chemical debt that was never itemized on the window sticker. The debt was invisible in part because it was spread so thin. If a single corporation had dumped 1,000 tons of lead onto a schoolyard, the legal and moral outrage would have been immediate. Instead, that same 1,000 tons was divided into micrograms and distributed by 200 million exhaust pipes across every square mile of the nation. No single tailpipe was responsible for enough to matter. Every tailpipe together was responsible for everything. The structure of the problem was a perfect match for the structure of American regulatory imagination, which knew how to prosecute a villain, but did not know how to prosecute a fleet. The lead industry understood this. The Ethyl Corporation understood this. The fact that their product was homicidally dangerous in concentrated form. The Loony gas building had proven that beyond any doubt, did not mean it was dangerous when dispersed. Or rather, it did mean that. But the law had no mechanism for recognizing a hazard that was statistically lethal and individually undetectable. And so the aerosol empire did its quiet work for decades. It was an empire of the atmosphere, transient and unbordered, crossing state lines without a permit, falling on Republican and Democratic precincts with equal impartiality. It left its signature not in documents but in soil horizons. It conducted no negotiations and signed no treaties. It simply followed the laws of physical chemistry, combustion, condensation, advection, deposition. The lead had no politics. The lead had a phase diagram. It was a solid at room temperature, a vapor in the engine, a particulate in the air, a guest in the bone. It was, in the strictest sense, a natural process. The unnatural part was the decision to put it there. That decision was made by men in boardrooms who were not monsters. They were engineers and executives who believed in progress, who saw the problem of engine knock and found an economical solution, who looked at the actuarial tables and saw that the benefits of efficient transportation outweighed the costs of a few neurobehavioral decrements they could not see and did not have to name. They did not think of themselves as agents of a neurological event. They thought of themselves as the men who gave America the smooth-running V8, the cross-country vacation, the suburb connected to the city by a ribbon of asphalt. And they were those men. That was the part no one wanted to concede. The same act could be both a gift and a subtraction. The same engineering could raise the standard of living and lower the ceiling on a generation's cognitive potential. The same bright idea could light the way forward and cast the longest shadow. Walk now through a suburban subdivision at dusk, 50 years after the station wagon pulled into the carport. The elms may be gone, taken by Dutch elm disease or replaced by maples. The lawns are still green. The bicycles still lie on the grass. But the soil beneath the grass still holds the signature of the leaded gasoline era, a chemical layer as legible to a mass spectrometer as a tree ring is to a dendrochronologist. If you dig down 6 inches in the backyard, you will find the moment when the Clean Air Act phased out leaded gasoline because the lead concentration dropped sharply in the soil deposited after 1996. Above that line, the dirt is measurably cleaner. Below it, the dirt is an archive. Not the archive of paper and ink that sits in a temperature-controlled room, but an archive of earth and metal and time, indifferent to everything except the fact of its own existence. The planet remembers what we ask it to absorb. The children who played on that dirt and are now middle-aged parents themselves do not remember, because the exposure never felt like anything. It felt like a childhood. It felt like afternoons that lasted forever, like the smell of freshly cut grass and the sound of an engine that started on the first turn of the key. The map arrived in 1937 on a page that smelled faintly of blueprint ammonia, folded into a federal appraisal binder, carried to a desk in a city hall that had been built when lead-lined aqueducts were still a point of municipal pride. It was a residential security map, designed to grade the lending risk of every neighborhood in the metropolitan area. 4 colors: green for the best, blue for still desirable, yellow for definitely declining, and red for hazardous. The red zones were drawn carefully around the oldest housing stock, the districts where the plumbing predated the First World War, where the walls were layered in decades of lead white, and where the occupants were overwhelmingly black. The map makers did not need to mention paint chemistry. They simply drew a line, colored it red, and wrote "colored" in the notes. The line did 2 things at once. It locked families into the oldest buildings in the city, and it guaranteed that the oldest buildings would receive the least repair capital for the next 4 decades. No mortgage meant no renovation. No renovation meant no paint remediation. The lead stayed in place, and the map became a medical document without ever using the language of medicine. The reasoning on paper was about property values and actuarial risk, but the effect was a quiet sorting that matched deteriorating housing stock to the bodies of children and then kept them there. The oldest homes in Baltimore, Chicago, Philadelphia, St. Louis, they shared a material signature. They had been built and maintained during the peak of white lead carbonate's domestic reign, when paint manufacturers advertised directly to the ambition of cleanliness and modernity, and when plumbing codes still specified lead pipes for water service lines because the metal did not rust, did not split in a freeze, and bent around corners with a workman's patience. By the 1930s, those pipes had spent decades oxidizing into a soft white patina that flaked away at the touch. The paint on the walls had dried into a brittle, chalky film that shed microscopic crystals every time a window was opened or a door was closed. In a home that is painted, repainted, maintained, and scraped regularly, the hazard can be managed. In a home that is occupied but systematically denied investment, the paint peels, the dust accumulates, and the hazard concentrates in the crevices, the sills, the radiator wells, the places where small hands rest and small mouths test the world. The map's 4 colors, laid over a city, did not merely describe a geography of credit. They described a geography of mouthable surfaces. The deterioration was not invisible. Public health nurses who made home visits in the 1940s and 1950s wrote case notes that described children gnawing on windowsills like animals craving salt. They noted the sweetish taste of lead carbonate, a faint, almost floral bitterness that toddlers learned to associate with the tactile pleasure of a painted edge against sore gums. The nurses observed the cycle. A child hospitalized for lead colic and encephalopathy, discharged back to the same apartment, the same peeling hallway, the same landlord whose bank had refused a repair loan a generation earlier because the neighborhood was colored red. The child returned, and the lead was still there, waiting in the same layer of paint, now slightly thinner because the previous hospitalization had removed the symptom but not the source. The medical literature called these repeat cases, a phrase that contained no judgment but described a population of children whose lead exposure was renewed as reliably as the seasons. The strange part was not that it happened. The strange part was that the record-keeping systems, the hospital admission logs, the blood-lead lab slips, the city health department reports, never cross-referenced with the HOLC maps in the county assessor's office. 2 paper universes, stored in the same municipal building, separated by a floor and a filing clerk, and nobody drew the line between them. The line was already there, in red. Then came the highways. In the decades after the Second World War, the Federal Aid Highway Act authorized the largest public works project in American history, a network of interstate roadways that reshaped every metropolitan region. The routes were chosen through a calculus that blended traffic modeling, land acquisition costs, and local political pressure. In cities like Richmond, Miami, Detroit, New Orleans, and Los Angeles, the path of least resistance often ran through the neighborhoods that had been marked in red. The logic was brutal in its simplicity. The land was cheap, the residents lacked the political capital to resist eminent domain, and the clearance of blighted housing could be justified as urban renewal. Entire blocks of the oldest lead-painted row houses were dismantled, but not before the bulldozers and dump trucks raised clouds of lead-laden dust that settled across the remaining adjacent streets. And when the expressways opened, they delivered a second chemical gift: the daily aerosol of tetraethyl lead combustion from hundreds of thousands of automobiles, settling onto the same rooftops, the same windowsills, the same playground sand, the same soil where the children of the surviving housing stock played. The red line, once a static boundary of disinvestment, now became a corridor of concentrated exhaust. The auto exhaust introduced a new particle size. Lead oxide from tailpipes was finer than the dust from degraded paint, submicron particles that could stay suspended in air for kilometers and drift into the smallest airways of the lung. The particulate landed on streets and dried into a powder that children inhaled and ingested when they played on the sidewalk, when they came inside with unwashed hands, when they ate food prepared in kitchens where the windows were kept open to the breeze of a busy road. The redlined neighborhood, already burdened with the legacy of lead water pipes and interior paint, now absorbed a third layer of exposure that was invisible, continuous, and entirely legal. The regulatory conversation about lead during this period focused almost exclusively on occupational safety inside factories. The Loony gas building standard, the threshold for acute poisoning in adult workers, while the ambient burden of the open road drifted unimpeded into the domestic air supply of the very districts that the lending maps had already designated as disposable. By the late 1960s, a handful of pediatricians and public health researchers began doing something that seems obvious in retrospect but was technically laborious at the time. They collected blood samples from children in urban neighborhoods and measured the lead content. The technology required atomic absorption, spectrophotometry, a machine that cost tens of thousands of dollars, and lived in specialized laboratories. The results, when they were finally compiled across multiple cities, produced a pattern as legible as a redline map. In Chicago, blood lead concentrations among Black children living in the West and South Side neighborhoods averaged more than twice the levels found in white children on the North Side. In Baltimore, the gradient ran east to west, tracking exactly the historical mortgage boundaries drawn 30 years earlier. The numbers were not subtle. A study from the early 1970s reported that over 40% of Black children screened in certain census tracts had blood lead levels above 40 micrograms per deciliter, a concentration that modern guidelines classify as a medical emergency, while their white counterparts in green-line neighborhoods rarely exceeded 10. The dose did not respect skin color, it respected geography. But geography had been manufactured by a lending policy, and that policy had been shaped by a racial order, and the metal, being entirely indifferent to politics, had simply followed the physical contours of the decision. The cell knew nothing of maps. It knew calcium. Lead atoms, once ingested or inhaled, moved through the bloodstream disguised as the mineral that builds bone and fires neurons. The developing brain of a child, racing through its critical window of synaptic formation, encountered lead ions at the voltage-gated calcium channels and let them pass. Inside the neuron, the metal disrupted the delicate pruning process that shapes the architecture of cognition, interfering with the neurotransmitter systems that regulate attention, inhibition, and emotional control. The damage was cumulative, subclinical in its early stages, invisible to the parent and the teacher, until it surfaced years later as a reading delay, a behavioral problem, a failure to concentrate, a slow withdrawal from the cognitive demands of school. The epidemiological evidence, gathered painstakingly in cohort studies that tracked children for decades, eventually revealed a dose-response curve that was both steep and relentless. A rise in blood lead from 1 to 10 micrograms per deciliter stripped away between 4 and 7 IQ points, eroded impulse control, and increased the probability of attention disorders. The effect was not a binary poisoned or not condition. It was a gradient, and the gradient followed the map. The map, then, was a chemical inheritance document. It predicted, with the precision of a phased array, which children would carry a measurable cognitive burden into adulthood. It did so without anyone at the Federal Housing Administration ever setting foot in a neurobiology laboratory. The mechanism was indirect, but inexorable. Deny capital, force housing decay, route highways through the devalued zone, and let the metal's own chemistry do the rest. The metal did not conspire. It had no agenda. It simply performed its physical properties at the molecular scale. binding to sulfhydryl groups and enzymes, displacing calcium in signaling cascades, accumulating in the hydroxyapatite lattice of growing bone, and waiting. The body kept a record of the neighborhood's credit rating, written in a language of folded proteins and stalled axon guidance, a record that would persist long after the red line map was officially retired in 1968. The retirement of the map did not remediate the paint. It did not replace the pipes. It did not lower the traffic count. It merely removed the paper. The archive does not forgive, not because it is vengeful, but because its storage format is biological, and the half-life of lead in cortical bone is 27 years. The metal that entered a child's skeleton on the south side of Chicago in 1965 was still present, slowly leaching back into the bloodstream during the calcium demands of pregnancy and nursing in 1992. A second generation received the same chemical signal, epigenetically modulated, a quiet echo of a zoning decision made by a lone officer's map in the Great Depression. The consequences moved at a generational pace, too slow to generate a political scandal, too distributed to produce a single villain, too chemically tangled with other variables, nutrition, education, employment, the stress of poverty itself, to isolate in a simple press release. The very slowness of the damage made it defendable. The industry-funded researchers who testified before the Surgeon General in 1925 had argued that lead was a natural environmental component and that only acute industrial exposures mattered. That argument, refined over decades, morphed into a broader logic. The levels found in urban children were regrettable but not proven harmful. The correlation with poverty was coincidental. The neurodevelopmental outcomes had too many confounding factors to assign causality to a single metal. The argument was wrong, but it bought time, and time was all the metal needed to accumulate. Another layer in the bone archive, another paint flake drifting onto a pillowcase. The row house window with the lead-painted muntins tells the story in miniature. The paint has been drying since the Coolidge administration, and it has reached the stage the conservators call alligatoring, a geometric cracking that divides the white surface into 1,000 small islands, each edged with a soft ridge of unstable pigment. The window has been opened and closed 100,000 times. The friction has worn a faint groove in the lower sash, grinding a fine powder into the wood grain. Outside, the elevated train approaches on the curve, its steel wheels shrieking against the rail, a sound that vibrates through the brick party wall, through the floor joists, up into the window frame. The vibration is subtle, a low-frequency oscillation that the human ear registers as a rumble beneath the brake screech, but it is enough to shake loose a few of the loosest paint islands. They detach and drift, not falling heavily, but descending with the slow, irregular motion of dust in still air, catching the light from the street lamp, looking for a moment like snow inside the room. A child sleeping in the crib beneath the window breathes them in without waking. The train passes. The dust settles. The record updates silently in the bone. The classroom after the final bell holds a particular silence, the kind that still carries the shape of the children who just left. One chair sits askew, a small desk abandoned. The blackboard has been wiped clean, but not perfectly. A faint ghost of chalk remains, a smudge of white that the eraser couldn't lift. Down the corridor, the sound of voices fades into a lower register, then into nothing. It is the sound of a place that was, moments ago, dense with developing minds. You could walk through this room and notice nothing but the quiet. You would not see the other ghost, the one that lives inside the architecture of those young brains, laid down year after year like sedimentary rock. But it is there, To understand what lead does to a child's mind, you have to look at the molecule itself, not as a poison. That word is too theatrical for what actually occurs, but as an impersonator. A lead atom, Pb, on the periodic table carries a divalent charge that allows it to move through biological systems as though it were calcium. This is not a violent invasion. This is a case of mistaken identity, a chemical forgery so good that the body's own gatekeeping mechanisms wave it through. The blood-brain barrier, that intricate mesh of endothelial cells designed to keep the brain's environment pristine, has transport systems for calcium. Lead slips through these same channels, quiet as a diplomat with false papers. Once inside, it doesn't announce itself. It simply begins to interfere. The brain of a young child is a construction site operating on an impossible schedule. Synapses form at a rate of roughly 1 million per second during the early years. Neurons extend dendrites, make connections, and then critically prune them back. Synaptic pruning is not a defect. It is the neurological equivalent of editing, of taking a rough draft and cutting away what isn't needed so that the remaining pathways become faster, more efficient, more precise. This process requires calcium signaling to trigger the enzymatic machinery that dismantles the unwanted connections. Lead, masquerading as calcium, disrupts this signaling. It tells the pruning shears to cut where they shouldn't, or to hold back where they should act. The result is a brain wired with a slightly wrong map, a topography that looks normal from a distance, but produces interference patterns up close. The interference shows up as impulse control, as attention, as the capacity to hold a thought steady long enough to do something with it. Neurotransmitter regulation. The chemical conversation between neurons also depends on calcium-triggered release of vesicles at the synapse. Lead alters that release. Dopamine, glutamate, acetylcholine, the whole vocabulary of cognition gets spoken with a stammer. One study from the 1990s, following children from birth through adolescence, found that the relationship between blood lead and cognitive function was not a threshold, but a continuum. There was no safe level. A rise from 1 to 10 micrograms per deciliter. A concentration so low, it produces no physical symptoms, no stomach pain, no pallor, no wrist drop, was associated with an average IQ loss of 4 to 7 points. 4 to 7 points doesn't sound like much until you remember that the entire distribution shifts. Fewer children at the high end, more children who struggle. The strange part was not that it worked, but that nobody tracked the quiet cost until decades after the exposure occurred. The children who inhaled the exhaust of the post-war automotive boom, who played in yards dusted with the fine particulate of 1 million tailpipes, who chewed on windowsills painted with the brightest white, were not visibly sick. They went to school. They sat in classrooms like this one. Teachers might have noted a restlessness, a difficulty focusing, a tendency toward impulsive decisions. But these were individual children, not a data set. A single chair in an empty room tells no story. You need the long view. You need the epidemiologist's patience and the economist's cold eye. That is where the crime data enters, and with it a finding so counterintuitive that it took years for serious researchers to accept it. The crime wave that crested in the early 1990s terrified American cities. Politicians passed tough-on-crime legislation. Police departments adopted aggressive new tactics. And then, without much warning, violent crime began to fall. It fell year after year until homicide rates in many cities dropped by half or more. Criminologists proposed dozens of explanations: better policing, more incarceration, the end of the crack epidemic, legalized abortion reducing unwanted children. But the economist Jessica Wolpaw-Reyes looked at a different variable. She plotted childhood blood lead levels against violent crime rates with a 20-year offset. The curves tracked each other like a shadow. 20 years. That is the time it takes for a toddler breathing leaded exhaust on a 1970s sidewalk to become a 20-year-old with poor impulse control and a shortened capacity for assessing consequence. Reyes's work, later replicated and extended by others, suggested that the phase-down of leaded gasoline, beginning in the mid-1970s and culminating in the full ban in 1996, did not just clear the air. It changed the behavioral trajectory of an entire generation. The children born after the lead cloud began to lift were, on average, slightly less impulsive, slightly more able to delay gratification, slightly better at navigating the complex social calculations that keep a person out of violent confrontations. The metal that built the physical infrastructure of American greatness, the highways, the suburbs, the engines of mobility, had very likely eroded the cognitive infrastructure of the nation across an entire generation. The billions of dollars saved in unleaded fuel were perhaps matched by the billions of dollars of lost human potential that had already been banked, invisibly, in the bone archives of millions of children. The mechanism behind this population-level behavioral shift is not a matter of turning people into criminals. That framing is too crude. Lead does not script actions. It biases probabilities. Executive function. The brain's capacity to override an immediate impulse with a longer-term calculation is metabolically expensive. It requires a well-calibrated prefrontal cortex. If the synaptic architecture of that region was built under the influence of a calcium impersonator, the calibration is off. The pause between stimulus and response shortens. The internal voice that says wait is quieter. Multiply that by millions of developing brains across decades, and the aggregate effect is not a collection of isolated tragedies, but a statistical drag on the whole society's capacity for self-regulation. The records that document this are scattered across different disciplines, and the synthesis arrived too late to help those whose brains were already built. Neuroimaging studies now show that adults with a history of elevated childhood lead exposure have reduced gray matter volume in the prefrontal cortex. Their brains are literally smaller in the regions most responsible for the things we associate with character and judgment. Behavioral economists running choice experiments find that these same adults discount future rewards more steeply. They take the smaller payout today rather than waiting, a pattern that plays out in decisions about education, savings, health, and conflict. The molecule with no intentions of its own, forged inside a dying star billions of years ago, ended up reshaping the arc of American lives one synapse at a time. There is a particular cruelty in the timing. The exposure was most intense during the same decades that America was expanding its educational system and preaching the gospel of equal opportunity. Children were told that hard work and discipline would bring success. The classrooms they sat in, rooms just like this one, with the same chalk dust and the same afternoon light, were supposed to be the engines of social mobility. But the metal in the air was quietly subtracting from the very cognitive resources those children needed to climb. A 4-point IQ loss at the population level means fewer children capable of advanced academic work, fewer young adults equipped for the rising demands of a knowledge economy, and, yes, more young men whose impulsive decisions land them in the criminal justice system. The classroom door opens onto a corridor, and the corridor leads, for too many, to a cell. The ghost of chalk on the blackboard is a remnant of a lesson taught earlier in the day. Maybe it was chemistry. Maybe the teacher drew the structure of a lead atom. Or maybe the lesson was about something entirely different, and the element was never mentioned. Either way, the children have gone home. The paths they take from this building will be shaped by a neurochemistry they did not choose and cannot perceive. Some of them will have a little less lead in their bones than their parents did. The phase-out of leaded gasoline. The ban on lead paint in 1978. The slow and incomplete remediation of aging housing stock. These measures arrived late, but they arrived. The generation born after 1996 has, on average, lower blood lead levels than any American cohort since the industrial era began. The cognitive debt is still being paid, but the principal has stopped growing. That is not redemption. It is a form of historical accounting, the kind that doesn't forgive but does, at least, stop charging interest. The empty classroom, if you listen long enough, fills with the hum of the ventilation system and the distant thrum of traffic on the highway outside. That highway was built in an era of leaded gasoline, and the soil along its margins still holds a thin toxic horizon, a stratum of the American century. Children no longer inhale the exhaust directly, but the residue remains, ready to be stirred up by construction or gardening or a dry wind. The unbuilding of minds, once set in motion, is not easily reversed, but the quietest mercy of the story is that the most devastating mechanism has been, at least partially, turned off. The molecule still exists. It still finds its way into water pipes and old paint and battery recycling yards on distant continents. But the aerosol empire that once blanketed every American block is gone. The air the children breathe today is cleaner than the air their grandparents breathed. The damage done is a fact, not a prophecy. The chair sits empty. The blackboard will be written on again tomorrow. The corridor, for now, is silent. But somewhere in the city, in a kitchen or a pediatrician's office, a blood sample is being drawn. A number will come back. A number that will never be zero, because the planet's memory is long and the metal has permeated the soil, the water, the food supply. But the number will be lower than it was in 1975. That is not enough to call it a happy ending. It is enough, perhaps, to say that the long arc of exposure has finally bent, and that the unbuilding, while still underway, is no longer accelerating. The classroom door clicks shut with a soft pneumatic sigh, and the light fades from the windows, and the dust, ordinary dust, harmless dust, settles on every surface, waiting. The child's drawings were stacked in a manila folder on the corner of a desk that had seen too many afternoons bleed into evening. Stick figures, a lopsided house, a sun with rays like insect legs. They were not art therapy, they were medical records. Each one had been produced by a child who had survived acute lead poisoning, vomiting, seizures, the lumbar punctures that old textbooks called the calm before the learning death, and who had been discharged from the Boston Children's Hospital with a pat on the wrist and a note in the chart. Recovered. Randolph Byers, a pediatrician with the bearing of a man who listened more than he spoke, had begun to suspect that the chart notes were lying. The children did not vanish into health. They reappeared years later in the offices of school psychologists, in the benches outside principals' doors, in the silence of a reading test they could not parse. Byers did something that the industrial architecture of the 1940s had not budgeted for. he followed the thread. The year was 1943. The war was pressing the American chemical industry into hyperproduction paints, alloys, batteries, tetraethyl fluid for bombers and jeeps. And lead was moving through the supply chain in quantities that no civilian agency tracked. Byers and his colleague Elizabeth Lord assembled the case histories of 20 children who had been treated for lead poisoning at the hospital and compared them with a matched group of children who had never registered an elevated blood level. The results were so stark that the paper, when it finally appeared in the American Journal of Diseases of Children, read less like a scientific study and more like a police report from a crime scene where the weapon was still in plain sight. The poisoned children, Byers wrote, exhibited persistent behavioral abnormalities, impulsivity, and specific learning defects that cut across social class and adequate nutrition. They could not concentrate. They could not sit still. They could not remember a sequence of 3 numbers long enough to solve a problem. The school system was already beginning to sort them into the low tracks, the disciplinary offices, the trade school advisories that were a polite way of telling a 12-year-old the ceiling was lower than he thought. The paper's methodology was careful. Byers had not simply sent out questionnaires. He had visited homes, interviewed teachers, sat on living room sofas while a mother tried to explain why her son kept failing arithmetic, even though he seems bright enough, doctor. He really does. He had documented the exact lead levels where available, the latency between exposure and symptom, the way the deficit did not heal but merely changed shape as the child grew. The science was not guesswork. The mechanism was not yet mapped. The calcium mimicry at the synapse, the disruption of neurotransmitter pruning, the quiet hijacking of the astrocyte's calcium signaling. But the clinical pattern was legible to anyone who did not have a financial interest in misreading it. Byers was describing a slow-motion neurological fire that burned for years after the acute fever had cooled. The Lead Industries Association, founded in New York in 1928 as the collective voice of mining, smelting, and pigment corporations, had been preparing for a paper like this for over a decade. The LIA operated out of a suite of offices on Madison Avenue, where the windows were double-glazed against street noise, and the filing cabinets were full of carefully cultivated correspondence with public health officials, municipal plumbing inspectors, and the editors of trade journals. The organization's playbook was already mature. When a researcher published evidence of harm, the LIA did not simply attack the finding. It sponsored counter-research, small studies with small samples, designed to produce small results, funded just enough to be cited in congressional testimony as ongoing investigation. It cultivated the appearance of scientific disagreement in a field where the basic chemistry was already a century old. The LIA's medical consultant, a physician named Robert Kehoe, who had made his reputation defending tetraethyl lead at the 1925 Surgeon General's Conference, developed a doctrine that became the industry's theological core. Lead was a natural constituent of the human environment, present in soil and food and water since antiquity, and the body possessed a natural equilibrium that excreted the excess up to a threshold that the industry was careful never to specify. Byers's paper was an infection in this closed system, and the LIA moved to excise it. The trade association's response was not a frontal assault. That would have given the paper too much dignity. Instead, the LIA's offices circulated memoranda that described Byers's sample as anecdotal, his controls as insufficient, his conclusions as speculative overreach from a small number of cases that may reflect pre-existing constitutional inferiority. The word constitutional did a great deal of quiet work. It implied, without quite stating, that the children had been defective before the lead touched them, that the metal was not a poison but a scapegoat for the natural distribution of intelligence. The LIA's lobbyists carried these talking points into the corridors of the American Public Health Association, into state health departments, into the federal housing agencies that were beginning to draft the first building standards for the post-war suburban boom. The goal was not to disprove Byers. The goal was to slow the translation of his evidence into regulation. In this, the association succeeded for 35 years. The mechanics of that delay are preserved in the archives of the Consumer Product Safety Commission, in the minutes of meetings that stretched from the Truman administration to the Carter administration, in letters typed on onion skin paper and stamped with the receiving dates that marked the stages of a slow institutional suffocation. The paint industry, coordinated through the LIA, argued that a ban on lead pigment would impose unreasonable costs on manufacturers, that substitute pigments were inferior in hiding power and durability, that the real hazard was not paint, but slum housing conditions, and that parental negligence, the failure to wash a child's hands, the failure to scrub a windowsill, was the proximate cause of ingestion. The argument shifted over the decades, adapting to the political weather. In the 1950s, it emphasized the needs of the housing boom. In the 1960s, it emphasized the lack of conclusive scientific consensus, a word that functioned as a legal solvent for the precautionary principle. By the time the Environmental Protection Agency began measuring blood lead levels in a national survey, the average American child was walking around with a body burden that, if translated into the units Byers had used in his Boston clinic, would have triggered an emergency intervention. But it was not an emergency. It was normal. The Consumer Product Safety Commission finally voted to ban residential lead paint in 1978, by which time an estimated 74% of the nation's housing stock contained some quantity of the pigment. The signing of the regulation was an act of bureaucratic ceremony so quiet that no major newspaper ran a front-page photograph. The commissioner's fountain pen moved across the paper with a sound that was part scratch, part sigh, the ink absorbing into the fiber of a document that would protect children who had not yet been born. The room was empty, except for a few staff members and the photographer who recorded the event for an internal newsletter. A single window had been left slightly open, and the sound of traffic on the District of Columbia's streets filtered in. The hum of engines, the distant complaint of a bus, the city exhaling its normal daily dose of automobile exhaust into the air above the Potomac. But the ban was an amnesty for the past. It said nothing about the millions of windows, doors, stair rails, cribs, baseboards, and kitchen cabinets that were already layered with decades of lead-white paint. Those surfaces were not neutral. They were slowly deteriorating, shedding a fine carbonate dust into the air, settling onto floors where toddlers crawled, accumulating on the fingers that found their way into mouths. The geological metaphor is not figurative. The paint on an old windowsill undergoes a chemical weathering not unlike the frost wedging of a cliff face. Sunlight, humidity, and mechanical friction break the polymer binder, releasing lead carbonate particles that are small enough to remain suspended in the air of a room for hours. A single square inch of a deteriorating windowsill could produce enough bioavailable lead to poison a child many times over. And the neighborhood most likely to contain those windowsills was the neighborhood the federal government had colored red on the security maps issued by the Homeowners Loan Corporation in 1937. The paint ban addressed the factory but not the house. It was a tourniquet applied to a wound that had already bled into the groundwater. The LIA did not disband after 1978. It continued to operate, shifting its attention to lead in gasoline, a battle it would lose only after 2 decades of epidemiological trench warfare, and to the export markets where American standards did not reach. The association's archives, now deposited in the Hagley Museum and Library in Delaware, contain a particular document that captures the logic of the delay in a single sentence. It is a memo from 1957 typed on letterhead with the LIA's seal, and it advises the association's members to avoid public discussion of toxicity and focus on the essentiality of the metal to modern life. Essentiality. The word is an artifact of a worldview in which the chemical structure of an economy was more real than the neurological structure of a child. The memo did not lie about the science. It simply made the science irrelevant by trumping it with a larger category, civilization itself, that the public health establishment was not equipped to dispute. Byers lived to see the ban, but not the vindication. He died in 1981, 3 years after the CPSC vote, having spent the final decades of his career marginalized by the very pediatric establishment he had helped to found. His paper, the 1943 study that had tried to map the long shadow of acute poisoning, had become a classic in the toxicology literature, but it had not changed practice in his lifetime. The nation's regulatory machinery, the agencies, the commissions, the advisory panels, the public comment periods, the cost-benefit analyses, had functioned for half a century, not as a shield around the child's developing brain, but as a protective shell around the industry's balance sheet. The paradox is not a scandal. It is a structural property of systems that mistake procedural deliberation for precaution. Every hearing, every delay, every request for further study was a brick in a wall that the industry did not have to build itself, because the architecture of regulation supplied it for them. The delayed witness is not merely a person. It is a category of knowledge that arrives too late to alter the event it describes. The evidence Byers assembled in a Boston hospital during the war was not hidden. It was published in a peer-reviewed journal. It was cited by other researchers. It was available to every paint manufacturer, every public housing authority, every Department of Health, every congressional staffer who ever opened a file on environmental hazards. The delay was not an accident of obscurity. It was an achievement of institutional patience. The LIA understood that the half-life of reformist energy was shorter than the amortization schedule of a lead pigment factory, and that, if you could outlast the attention span of a democratic public, you could continue selling the product until the generation that might have objected had been replaced by a generation that took the poison for granted. The office where the ban was signed is empty now, the desk reassigned, the photograph yellowing in a file box in the National Archives. The window is closed. The traffic noise has changed. The cars are quieter. The buses run on cleaner fuel. The airborne lead levels over American cities have dropped by more than 90% since the phase-out of leaded gasoline began. That is the clean fact, the one the regulations can claim. But the children Byers described are grandparents now, if they are alive at all, and their grandchildren are living in the same neighborhoods, attending the same underfunded schools, and breathing the dust of the same housing stock that has not been remediated because remediation is expensive and the political will to fund it evaporated as soon as the cameras left. The archive does not forgive. It only waits for someone to open the folder again and notice that the stick figures are still there. The sun still drawn with its insect leg rays. The signature of a symptom someone once tried to name. The fountain pen scratch fades into the larger soundscape of the city, and the file closes, but it does not lock. A laminar flow hood hums in the basement of the California Institute of Technology, a thin, sterile whine that erases every other sound. The hour is past midnight. A single fluorescent bar throws cold light across a workbench crowded with quartz flasks, Teflon beakers, and polyethylene bottles, each sealed against the airborne dust of a city that does not know it is being measured. Clair Patterson bends over a vial of reagent, his movements slow and deliberate, the movements of a man who has spent years learning not to contaminate his own evidence. The quartz clinks against the lip of a flask. The shadow on the wall does not belong to a geochemist so much as to an archivist who has accidentally discovered that the archive is on fire. His original question had nothing to do with poison. Patterson wanted to know the age of the Earth. In the late 1940s and early 1950s, that question still sat open, a 4.5 billion year lock with no reliable key. The method existed in theory: measure the ratio of uranium to lead inside a tiny crystal of zircon, a mineral so stubborn that it traps radioactive parents and their decayed daughters in a rigid lattice for eons. The clock ticks inside the stone. Uranium decays to lead at a rate so predictable that the proportions of the two elements effectively print the moment of crystallization. If you could measure those proportions without altering them, you could read the birth certificate of the planet. But every time Patterson and his colleagues ran the numbers, the lead was too much. The blank was dirty. The background screened. The planet looked older than it could possibly be, and younger than it should be, depending on which contamination you believed. He spent years chasing the silence between the measurements. He learned that the air in a standard laboratory contained lead particles shed from paint and exhaust. The water in the taps carried lead from old plumbing. The reagents themselves, even the purest available, were spiked with industrial lead. His own skin, his clothes, his hair, his breath, everything a human being brings into a room, carried enough lead to ruin a sample whose total mass was smaller than a grain of pollen. So Patterson built a clean room inside a clean room. He acid-washed glassware until the wash water showed no trace of the metal. He wore a plastic suit before plastic suits were standard. He worked with tools handled only by tongs, in a space where the air was filtered and the floors were sticky mats, until finally, the blank readings fell away and the numbers stabilized. In 1956, he published The Age of the Earth, 4.55 billion years, a figure that still stands. The question that had occupied theologians, physicists, and natural philosophers for centuries was settled by a man in a basement, working at night, chasing the ghost of his own fingerprints. That discovery would have been enough for a career. Patterson could have accepted the honors, moved into administration, and left the basement behind. But the contamination that had nearly destroyed his work began to occupy his mind more than the work itself. He had measured the lead blank so many times that he knew its fingerprint. It was not natural. The isotopic signature of the lead drifting into his beakers did not match the deep earth ratios preserved in ancient zircons. It matched the lead coming out of American tailpipes. The planet's crust, he realized, had been overwritten by a thin, toxic film of industrial activity, and almost nobody was measuring it. He turned his instruments outward. He measured lead in surface seawater and found it hundreds of times more concentrated than prehistoric levels preserved in deep ocean sediments. He measured ice cores from Greenland, each annual layer a frozen ledger entry, and found that lead concentrations began to climb steeply in the decades after tetraethyl lead entered the fuel supply. He measured the bones of pre-industrial humans and compared them with modern cadavers, discovering a 100-fold increase in the skeletal lead of the average American. Everywhere he looked, he saw the same signature, a narrow, consistent isotopic ratio that pointed directly to leaded gasoline. The atmosphere itself had become a delivery system. The planet's skin, its water, its ice, its creatures all bore the mark of one molecule designed in a Detroit laboratory to quiet an engine knock. In 1965, Patterson published a paper titled "Contaminated and Natural Lead Environments of Man in the Archives of Environmental Health." The title sounds clinical, but the prose was a quiet detonation. He argued that the modern human environment was not merely polluted at the margins, but soaked in a pervasive lead aerosol that had no natural precedent. He calculated that the average American carried a lead burden 300 to 1,000 times greater than that of their ancestors. He wrote that this burden was not an occupational hazard confined to a factory floor, but a planetary condition. And then he did something that a geochemist is not supposed to do. He named the source. He wrote that the lead alkyls added to gasoline were the primary cause, and that the industries producing them, DuPont, Ethyl Corporation, Standard Oil, had been aware of the danger for decades. The response was swift and clinical. The Lead Industries Association, which had spent a generation cultivating relationships with public health officials, took an immediate interest in Patterson. They did not argue with his data, or at least not effectively. They argued with his funding. Calls were made from corporate offices to federal agencies. The American Petroleum Institute and the Ethyl Corporation pressured the United States Public Health Service, which had been one of Patterson's sponsors. His contracts were reviewed, then reduced, then allowed to expire. A toxicology panel convened by industry-aligned scientists issued statements suggesting that Patterson had over-extrapolated from environmental data to human health claims. No study directly refuted his isotopic evidence because it was unassailable. Instead, the machinery of institutional doubt worked by creating a fog of procedural objection. His sample sizes were too small, his chain of custody too complex, his conclusions too alarmist. His own university received letters from attorneys. Caltech, an institution that prizes its relationship with industrial donors, was placed in an uncomfortable position. Administrators made it known to Patterson that his advocacy was a problem. He was a tenured professor, so he could not be fired without cause, but he could be relocated to a smaller laboratory. His graduate student slots could be limited, his travel budget frozen. None of this was illegal. It was the quiet pressure applied to a man who had made himself inconvenient. The paradox sits in the record like a stone inside a machine. Patterson had solved one of the great scientific puzzles of human history. He had given humanity a reliable date of origin, a number printed in the oldest minerals, a common birthday for every continent and ocean and species. For a few years, that number floated above politics and commerce. But the moment he applied the same impeccable methodology to the air that people actually breathed, he became a liability. The man who established the age of the earth was forced to fight against his own government and the wealthiest corporations in America to simply describe what was in the air. Everyone was breathing. The archive of cosmic time was his to open. The archive of industrial time was placed under lock and key. He did not stop. Patterson moved the fight into the one form that could not cut his funding: the public record. He wrote for scientific journals, but he also wrote for newspapers and magazines. He testified before congressional committees in Sacramento and Washington. He spoke at community meetings in the smog-choked neighborhoods of Los Angeles, where children played in soils dusted with exhaust particulates, and nobody had told the parents what the dust contained. He worked with environmental lawyers drafting the early legal arguments that would eventually underpin the Clean Air Act. His health suffered. Colleagues described him as increasingly gaunt, perpetually exhausted, sleeping poorly, a man burning through his own reserves to protect a generation of children he would never meet. The laminar flow hood in his basement laboratory hummed on, its filter trapping the very particles he was battling to remove from the legislative atmosphere. The chemical mechanism behind his data was indifferent to politics. When tetraethyl lead exits a tailpipe, it does not remain tetraethyl lead for long. Photochemical reactions break the molecule apart, converting the organic lead into inorganic lead oxides, chlorides, and bromides, fine particles that ride the air currents for days or weeks before settling onto leaves, soil, water, and the surfaces of homes. These particles are small enough to enter the deepest alveoli of the lungs, and from there, the bloodstream. They dissolve slowly in the mildly acidic conditions of soil moisture, releasing lead ions that bind to clay particles or organic matter, persisting in the upper few centimeters of the earth for centuries. A single summer afternoon of highway traffic deposits an invisible dividend that a future gardener will turn into the soil with a spade, and a child will ingest with a dirty hand, and a physician will never trace to its source because the latency is too long, the signal too diffuse. This is the planet's memory, not a metaphor, but a physical record written in isotopic ratios that can be read back 1,000 years from now by any civilization that learns to measure lead. Patterson understood this. He wrote that the lead already dispersed could not be recalled. The only responsible action was to stop adding more. His testimony helped shape the case that led the Environmental Protection Agency, newly established, to begin regulating lead in gasoline in 1973. The phase down took 2 decades, and the final ban on leaded gasoline in the United States came in 1996, a year after Patterson's death. He saw the arc of the victory, but not its completion. The blood lead levels of American children, when measured in national surveys, began a long decline that matched the removal of lead from gasoline with almost perfect fidelity. The air above cities cleared of a toxin that most citizens had never known was there. The economic benefits, calculated later, reached hundreds of billions of dollars in avoided medical costs, cognitive deficits, and lost productivity. Patterson's clean laboratory had, in effect, become national policy. But the memory remains. The lead that settled into the soil of urban neighborhoods in the 1950s and 1960s is still there, buried in the shallow stratigraphy of the Anthropocene. Future geologists will see it as a thin gray line separating pre-industrial sediment from the recent past, a chemical horizon as legible as the iridium layer that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs. The difference is that the iridium came from an asteroid, an event with no human author. The lead horizon was manufactured by a chain of decisions made in boardrooms and regulatory offices. each link of the chain signed by someone who knew enough to ask more questions. The ledger was kept, not hidden, but filed in such a way that only a Clair Patterson would think to cross-check it. The basement laboratory at Caltech is quiet now. The laminar flow hood has been replaced by newer models, the quartz vessels packed away or scavenged by other researchers. The memory of Patterson's work survives in the protocols of every clean room on Earth, in the trace metal-free reagents that are now commercially available, in the blood lead surveillance systems that public health departments operate as a matter of routine. The man himself left few personal legends. He was not a showman, not a self-mythologizer. His legacy is a number 4.55 billion years, and a warning that the same rigor that yields a cosmic birth date can also reveal an enormous, distributed, quiet injury. The warning was received slowly. The archive door, when it finally slid open, revealed a record that had been kept meticulously against the wishes of its keepers, in the bones of the planet and the children walking upon it. The last sound in the laboratory is the click of a light switch, the settling of dust on a now silent workbench, and the distant, constant hum of the city above, still breathing. The slow, uneven drip of a kitchen tap in a cold house, the water hitting a plastic pitcher with a hollow sound, a brownish stain radiating from the drain, and the distant hum of a generator powering a bottled water distribution point in a church parking lot. It began, in the way these things do, not with a catastrophe but with a meeting. In April 2014, the city of Flint, Michigan, operating under an emergency financial manager appointed by the state, switched its municipal water source from the Detroit Water and Sewerage Department to the Flint River. The decision was framed as a temporary cost-saving measure, a line item in a ledger designed to balance a budget hollowed out by deindustrialization. The river water, untreated with the proper corrosion inhibitors, flowed into a network of cast iron and lead pipes that had been laid into the ground decades before the first Model T rolled off the assembly line. The chemistry of that decision was, in hindsight, frighteningly simple. Water, especially water with a slightly acidic character or elevated chloride levels, can dissolve the thin layer of oxidized minerals that builds up naturally on the inside of lead pipes. The scale, as plumbers and chemists call it, that seals the metal away from the drinking supply. Without orthophosphate or a similar corrosion control agent, that protective film became a sacrifice. The river water began to lead directly from the service lines connecting homes to the mains, from the solder joints inside walls, from the brass fittings and goosenecks that had quietly metered the flow for generations. What emerged from the kitchen faucets of Flint was no longer simply river water. It was a weak solution of the same element that had, a century earlier, been formulated into a miracle fluid to quiet internal combustion engines. The strange part was not that the corrosion happened, but that the institutional machinery designed to detect it failed by design. When residents began to complain of the taste, the smell, the rashes, the hair loss, the city's water department and the Michigan Department of Environmental Quality issued reassurances. The water was tested, they said. It met federal standards. What they did not say was that the sampling protocol had been manipulated. Testers were instructed to pre-flush the taps, to remove the aerators, to use narrow-necked bottles that slowed the water flow and minimized the lead particulate drawn into the sample. A procedure that should have revealed the pulse of the system instead measured a fiction. The record showed compliance. The margin showed a quietly unraveling public health. The distinction between a bureaucratic number and a body is a theme that runs through the entire history of lead. But in Flint, it acquired the weight of water. The lead and copper rule, the federal regulation governing these pipes, sets an action level at 15 parts per billion. But that number is not a health standard. It is a technical threshold. If more than 10% of sampled homes exceed it, the utility must take specified steps. There is no safe level of lead in blood, a consensus that pediatric medicine had reached by the 1990s. A part per billion is an abstraction until it is translated into the developing cortex of a child. One drop in an Olympic swimming pool. A single second in 32 years. And yet at that concentration, lead atoms begin their work of imitation, slipping across the gut lining and into the bloodstream, where they impersonate calcium so convincingly that the body's own architecture embraces them. A small cohort of independent researchers, led by a Virginia Tech environmental engineer named Mark Edwards, arrived in Flint with the tools the official agencies had not deployed. They knocked on doors, collected water samples, and applied the protocols that the law required. What they found was not an exceedance of the action level, but an obliteration of it. In one home, the lead concentration measured over 13,000 parts per billion, a number so high it met the EPA's definition of hazardous waste. The kitchen faucet had become a slow-release toxic spill, and the residents had been drinking from it for months, cooking with it, bathing their children in it, boiling pasta in it, believing the bureaucracy that told them it was safe. The city where this was happening was not an anonymous post-industrial outpost. Flint was the cradle of the American automotive revolution. The vehicle city, they called it, the place where William C. Durant organized General Motors in 1908, where the Fisher brothers built their bodies, where the sit-down strike of 1936–37 reshaped industrial labor relations. The assembly lines of Flint produced the engines that burned tetraethyl lead for most of the 20th century, spinning a chemical additive into a planetary aerosol. That additive, of course, was the product of another joint venture, GM, Standard Oil, DuPont, whose executives had faced their own catastrophic moment of acute lead psychosis in 1924 and had chosen, with the Surgeon General's tacit blessing, to keep the process running. The very institution that had helped unleash a global neurological burden on the atmosphere was now the namesake of a city whose children were absorbing a different form of the same metal from the tap water in their homes. The archive does not release its materials in chronological order. The epidemiological picture that emerged in the years following the switch was a slow-motion X-ray of a community under chemical stress. Blood lead levels among Flint children under 5 roughly doubled after the water source change, a statistic rendered in the dispassionate language of peer-reviewed journals, but lived in the form of sleep disturbances, impulsivity, and the quiet subtraction of cognitive potential. The same longitudinal calculus that had mapped IQ loss across the American population after the gasoline phase-out now wrote itself backward in a single city, a localized reversal of the national gain. The water had turned the clock backward, and the bill, that patient, unforgiving accountant, arrived not as a line item in the general fund, but as a distributional shift in the neurological futures of thousands. The Flint crisis did something that decades of scientific papers had failed to do. It made the lead service line visible, not as an abstraction in an infrastructure report, but as a concrete object running from the street into the basement wall. A dull gray pipe that could be scratched with a key to reveal the telltale silver gleam. Journalists photographed them. Homeowners pointed at them. The pipe became an icon of civic neglect, a piece of material evidence that reframed the entire conversation about water safety. And once Americans began to look, they found lead service lines everywhere. An estimated 6 to 10 million homes, the government finally admitted, still received water through the same century-old conduits that Flint had exposed as latent poison capsules. They ran beneath the streets of Chicago, where city code had actually mandated lead piping until 1986. They snaked through Cleveland, Newark, Buffalo, Milwaukee, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Detroit itself. An underground map of industrial maturity and deferred maintenance that traced the shape of the Great Lakes manufacturing belt like a circulatory system made of the wrong metal. The engineering logic that had originally installed those pipes was not, in its own time, irrational. Lead was pliable enough to bend around existing obstacles, durable enough to resist the freeze, thaw cycles that cracked iron, and available at a cost that municipal budget keepers found impossible to ignore. A single spigot of molten lead could be poured and caulked by a workman in an afternoon. The material's physical amenability, the same softness and corrosion resistance that Roman engineers had exploited for the plumbum nigrum of aqueducts, made it the path of least resistance for American city builders, racing to supply water to the new tenements and row houses of the immigrant explosion. The pipes were, in a sense, a gift from the lead belt of Missouri, whose galleries of excavated dolomite had supplied the nation's plumbers for a century. That gift was now maturing. What makes a pipe give up its metal is a matter of patience and chemistry. The water moving through it is never pure H2O. It carries dissolved oxygen, carbon dioxide, chloride, sulfate, minerals picked up from the treatment plant or the source reservoir. Over decades, that gentle corrosion releases lead atoms one by one into the drinking supply, a chronic microdosing that never announces itself with a taste or a color. The molecule has perfect manners in solution. It does not stain the water blue like copper or reek like hydrogen sulfide. It arrives in a glass, looking exactly like what it is not, clean. The body takes it in, transfers it across the intestinal wall, and sends it into the blood, where it begins its patient search for a receptor that mistakes it for something necessary. In some Flint homes, after the river water had done its work stripping the protective scale from the pipes, the water emerged not just with dissolved lead, but with visible particulate, tiny flakes of metallic lead, brownish or black, that would settle at the bottom of a glass. Those particles, if ingested, were far more dangerous than the dissolved fraction because the stomach's acidic environment could convert a much larger dose into bioavailable lead chloride in a single meal. A speck no larger than a grain of sand could carry a payload comparable to months of low-level exposure. The mothers of Flint learned to check the bottom of every cup, to hold it up to the light, to mistrust the most basic conduit of nourishment. The state government's response, when the independent tests became undeniable, followed a script that had been refined by the lead industry over the better part of a century. First, denial. The data were questioned, the researchers' credentials impugned. Then, minimization. The elevated blood lead levels were not that elevated. Children faced other, larger risks. The conversation was disproportionate. Then, procedural diversion. New committees were formed, new water tests commissioned, new reports promised. The goal, as always, was to drain the emergency of its temporal urgency, to stretch the crisis response into a rhythm so slow that the public's attention would turn elsewhere. It nearly worked. But the fixity of water infrastructure, the fact that the pipes were still in the ground, still delivering the poison, still being photographed, gave the lie to the delay. The science of corrosion control is, in its way, a branch of the same industrial chemistry that created the problem. Orthophosphate, the very chemical that Detroit had been adding to its treated water for years before the switch, bonds with the interior surface of lead pipes to form a layer of lead phosphate, a compound so insoluble that it effectively sequesters the metal from the flowing water. The treatment costs a few dollars per customer per year. Flint's emergency management, in its zeal to trim a budget, had omitted that trivial expense and thereby generated a liability measured in the hundreds of millions. The cost of replacing every lead service line in the city, the cost of medical care, the cost of special education services, the cost of legal settlements, the cost of lost trust. The accountant's ledger, which had looked so forthright in the spring of 2014, was now revealed to be a document of profound misaccounting, a failure to price the future. The human consequences, as they always do, resolved into individual stories that statistics could not fully hold. A mother described her child's sudden onset of tantrums, a vocabulary that stopped expanding, a light behind the eyes that seemed to dim. A pediatrician correlated the blood lead test with a child's recent performance in school and found not a smoking gun, but a heavy shift in the probability distribution of attention, of impulse, of recall. The neurotoxicological mechanism is, by now, well described. Lead interferes with the calcium-dependent release of neurotransmitters, disrupts synaptic pruning in the developing prefrontal cortex, and impairs the production of heme, the oxygen-carrying part of hemoglobin. But to read the mechanism is not to witness the parenting. The long nights of holding a child who cannot be soothed, the phone calls to teachers, the slow dawning realization that the house itself, the one place that should be safe, was the source. That is not in the paper, it is in the silence after the paper has been read. The generator hums in the church parking lot. The line of cars stretches around the block. The National Guard, an estate that once rolled tanks and trucks from Flint's own factories, distributes bottled water and filters to families who have spent years boiling tap water without understanding that boiling only concentrates the lead. There is a peculiar stillness to these distribution sites, a quiet that is not peace but exhaustion. The residents have become experts in water quality parameters, parts per billion, orthophosphate, the 90th percentile lead level, in the way that a patient with a chronic illness becomes an expert in their own diagnostic reports. They have learned to read the city's technical documents with the same critical attention they once gave to school board minutes or church bulletins. The metal has turned them into lay chemists, and that is its own form of depletion. The national infrastructure that Flint illuminated is not failing. It is behaving exactly as it was designed. The lead service line, after all, was engineered to last. Its very longevity, a century or more of conveying water without bursting, is the property that makes replacement so politically and financially daunting. To dig up every lead line in America would require opening the streets of thousands of municipalities, an expenditure running to tens of billions of dollars, a generation of road closures and rate hikes and bond issuances. The metal has been buried so deep in the civic foundation that removing it feels less like a repair and more like an archaeological excavation of the city itself. And yet the cost of not removing it is written in a different currency. The economist who plotted the crime decline against the phase down of leaded gasoline would recognize the shape of the curve now reversing in places where the lead service line remains undisturbed. The cognitive infrastructure spared by the Clean Air Act is, in these older industrial cities, being quietly eroded by a second front. The water is delivering what the exhaust no longer does. The same deferred maintenance that appears in the municipal debt report reappears, 20 years later, in the reading scores, in the special education enrollments, in the small deviations from the developmental milestones that cluster along the lines of the map. The map, of course, is the same one the Homeowners Loan Corporation drew in the 1930s. The red ink encircling the neighborhoods where black families were confined, where the housing stock was oldest, where the lead plumbing was most deteriorated, where the highways later arrived. The water crisis did not create that geography. It followed its contours with the precision of a liquid seeking a level. The kitchen faucet in Flint was the terminus of a chain of decisions that stretched from banking boardrooms to highway planning committees to the chemical laboratories of the early 20th century. The metal that raised the American skyline had also laid the pipes beneath the streets, and the two infrastructures, the soaring and the buried, were chemically identical. A sample bottle sits on a laboratory bench in Virginia Tech, labeled with a Flint address. The number it records, 8,000 parts per billion, 12,000. The extreme tail of the distribution is not just a concentration, it is a fossil of the water's journey through a particular length of lead pipe. A record of the hours the water sat stagnant, the pH of the river on that day, the temperature of the room, the age of the house. The water itself has become an archive, a liquid memory of its own contamination. And the child whose blood was drawn on the same day as the sample now carries a matching archive in the hydroxyapatite lattice of their growing skeleton, a chemical signature that will persist into their 30s, their 40s, until pregnancy or osteoporosis or simple time mobilizes it back into the bloodstream. The body keeps its own ledgers, and it does not offer redaction. There is, in the quiet of a kitchen after the children have gone to sleep, a particular quality of sound that the lead pipe does not make. The water moving through it is silent unless disturbed by a change in pressure or a sudden closing of a valve. The harm it carries is similarly noiseless. It does not announce itself in a color or a smell or a taste. It arrives in a glass of clear liquid, set on a nightstand, sipped in the dark, and its transaction with the bloodstream is complete before the sleeper turns over. The metal's whole career in civilization has turned on this absence of a warning label, this capacity to disappear into its own utility. The white pigment that covered the nursery wall, the anti-knock fluid that powered the family sedan, the water line that brought the city into the home. All of them performed their primary function flawlessly. All of them introduced a secondary function that the primary was designed to obscure. The distant hum in the church parking lot is the sound of the secondary function being addressed, not resolved. The distribution of bottled water is an emergency response, not a cure. The cure, if it can be called that, lies in the slow, expensive, politically fraught replacement of the pipes themselves, a project that, if undertaken at the current pace, will take decades. And so Flint, and Newark, and Benton Harbor, and the thousands of other communities that share the same buried inventory will live for a generation in a condition of waiting, of filtered water and purchased gallons, of children tested twice a year, of the anxious glance at the bottom of a cup. The archive of the water is still being written. The water from the Flint River has since been switched back, the orthophosphate restored, the protective scale slowly reforming on the interior of the pipes. The immediate crisis has subsided into a chronic state of monitoring, an uneasy truce between the water chemistry and the lead surface that will persist for as long as the pipes remain in the ground. But the fact of the pipes themselves, the dull gray cylinders running under the frost line, stamped with the names of foundries long closed, is a material reminder that the problem was never merely the river, or the emergency manager, or even the sampling protocol. The problem was, and is, the decision to use lead in the first place, a decision made by generations who could not imagine the future they were mortgaging. The bill came due in a city that had already given its industrial life to the automobile, and it arrived, with a cruel irony, in the form of the very element that had once made the engines run smooth and quiet, now dissolving invisibly from the faucet of a kitchen on the north side of town. The archive door does not shut on a resolution. It shuts on a continuation. The smoke rose first, thin and acrid, a column that bent eastward in the wind as the sun dropped below the flat horizon. The heap beneath the smoke was not compost, not municipal waste, but a pyre of spent batteries. Hundreds of them, their black plastic casings cracked open, their lead plates exposed to the air and the fire. Small figures moved around the base of the mound, their faces wrapped in cotton cloth, hammers still in hand. The sky overhead was a bruised orange, a color that had no name in any naturalist's guide, because it was not a color of clouds or dust storms, but a chemical signature, lead oxide particles suspended at the edge of night. This was a recycling yard on the outskirts of a city in Bangladesh, a place that appeared on no map of industrial production but whose output touched every continent. The smoke did not stay local. It traveled. The strangest part about the American victory over lead is that it was real. After a slow, contentious, and costly half-century of regulatory struggle, the United States phased lead out of gasoline, pipe solder, residential paint, and food cans. The mean blood lead level of an American child in the late 1970s hovered around 15 micrograms per deciliter. By the early 2000s, it had fallen below 2. The Clean Air Act, the ban on lead paint, the removal of lead from plumbing codes, these were genuine public health achievements, and they saved millions of people from a permanent subtraction of cognitive capacity. But lead is an element, not a compound that can be broken down. It does not biodegrade. It does not expire. A ban does not make it vanish. It only redirects its custody. And the metal that the United States no longer permitted in its own air, water, and soil did not leave the human economy. It merely found a new postal code. The dominant use of lead shifted. By the end of the 20th century, the single largest consumer of mined and recycled lead was the lead-acid battery, the heavy, durable power source inside every automobile, truck, and backup system. A single-car battery contains approximately 20 pounds of lead, and the global vehicle fleet discards hundreds of millions of these batteries every year. In a closed-loop, well-regulated system, lead-acid battery recycling can be one of the safest and most circular material flows in modern industry. The lead is recovered at rates exceeding 95% and remanufactured into new batteries. But closed loops require enforcement, infrastructure, and cost. They do not tolerate informality. And it was informality, cheap, flexible, unregistered, that absorbed the volume when the wealthy nations began exporting their spent batteries as scrap metal rather than processing them at home. The shipping container altered the geography of poison. From ports in Los Angeles, Rotterdam, and Tokyo, containers of used batteries traveled south and east, to Lagos, to Dhaka, to the industrial fringe of New Delhi. The manifest described them as recyclable materials, a legitimate secondary commodity. What the manifest did not describe was the downstream process that awaited them, A man or a boy striking a battery case with a hammer until it split, the sulfuric acid draining into the dirt, the lead grids lifted by bare hands and tossed into a wok-like pan over an open flame. The flame often burned on charcoal or waste oil, and the melting lead released fumes that dried the throat, caused a metallic sweetness in the mouth, and settled a fine gray dust on every surface for a kilometer downwind. None of this appeared in the documentation. The transaction was recorded in tonnage and tariff codes, not in the language of toxicology. Sit for a moment inside one of these yards. Not physically, you would not want to breathe there long, but through the architectural detail that the investigation reports gave us. The ground is black with a paste of acid and pulverized battery casing. Among the workstations, children as young as 7 or 8 sort components, stacking the smallest lead fragments into piles that will be fed into the melting pot. Their skin carries the smudge of oxide, and their hair, if uncovered, catches the airborne dust and holds it close to the scalp. They do not wear respirators. A piece of cotton fabric from an old shirt is the most sophisticated barrier most will have. A hand-washing station, if it exists, is a single bucket turned tepid by the afternoon heat. The blood draws that researchers later conduct in the surrounding households return numbers that seem like a typographical error. 70 micrograms per deciliter, 80, 95. These are concentrations of lead in the blood of a 5-year-old that exceed the levels recorded in the medical charts of the Bayway workers in 1924, the men who hallucinated and convulsed in the ward that the press called the Loony gas building. Here, the symptoms rarely provoke a visit to a clinic because they are ambient, normal, the way a slow fever eventually feels like winter. The child is said to be dull, inattentive, prone to fits. No one draws a line from the battery yard to the classroom because the line is buried under the cost of a day's wage. Dust and slag do not respect property boundaries. Researchers who measured soil lead concentrations in villages surrounding informal recycling operations found levels orders of magnitude above any international health standard. The contamination entered the food chain through rice paddies irrigated with water that had filtered through slag heaps, through chickens pecking at contaminated soil, through vegetables grown in kitchen gardens whose topsoil was a mixture of silt and battery ash. The exposure was not episodic. It was continuous. A child in one of these communities might inhale lead during the day, ingest it in an evening meal, and absorb it through skin contact while sleeping on a mat that had gathered dust blown in from the yard. The dose accrued silently, and because the dose was fractional, a few micrograms at a time, hour by hour, it never announced itself as a single catastrophic event. It was architecture, not an accident. The economics of this arrangement are as legible as a double-entry ledger, provided one reads both columns. In column A, the global recycling of lead-acid batteries supplies a circular material stream that keeps hundreds of millions of vehicles on the road at a lower financial and environmental cost than primary mining. In column B, the savings are achieved by relocating the most hazardous steps to jurisdictions where labor is cheap, regulation minimal, and the long-term disability of a child's nervous system is not itemized on any balance sheet. The batteries flow south because someone has done the arithmetic and concluded that a small fraction of the value of the recovered lead is sufficient to purchase the labor and the silence necessary to extract it. The surplus lead that does not make it into new batteries accumulates in the blood and bones of the people living downwind, an accrual that will never be invoiced. What makes this a distinct chapter, rather than a repetition of an older pattern, is the mechanism of concealment. In the era of American lead pipes and paint, the hazard was embedded in the surfaces of everyday life, distributed so universally that it became invisible through ubiquity. The export model achieves a different kind of invisibility. It concentrates the visible hazard in a place that the consumers of the final product never witness. The American driver who replaces his car's battery is participating in an industrial chain that almost certainly terminates not in a high-tech smelter in Pennsylvania, but in a firelit yard in Bangladesh or Nigeria. Yet the transaction at the auto parts store involves no disclosure. The warranty card does not list the downstream cost. The battery's plastic shell is embossed with the logo of a multinational corporation, a guarantee of quality that also functions as a screen. Behind that screen, a hammer swings. The clinical consequences in these sacrifice zones read like a compressed replay of a century of American toxicological research, accelerated to a frightful tempo. Children with blood lead levels above 70 micrograms per deciliter experience not merely the subtle cognitive decrement of IQ points lost across a population bell curve, but frank encephalopathy, swollen cerebral tissue, intracranial pressure, seizures, coma. Those who survive the acute phase do not recover fully. Their brains have been structurally altered during the period of most rapid synaptic development. Longitudinal studies in these communities, where they exist, document the same catalog of deficits that Randolph Byers described in his 1943 paper: inattention, impulsivity, an inability to hold on to a thought long enough to build it into a sentence, a school dropout rate that tracks the topography of soil contamination almost exactly. The difference is that Byers was eventually heard after decades of industry suppression, and his findings helped catalyze a regulatory response that protected American children born after 1978. The child breaking batteries in a yard outside Lagos has no such congressional hearing in her future. The archive of her exposure is not a medical record. It is an isotope in her femur. One could argue that this is the oldest story in the industrial age. The rich nation sweeps its hazards out of sight and congratulates itself on the cleanliness of its own floor. But lead does not merely shift geography, it shifts temporality. The lead that enters the body of a child working in a recycling yard today will not exit the human story when that child reaches adulthood. It will lay down deposits in the trabeculi of growing bone, substituting for calcium in a silent act of chemical imposture that the body's osteoblasts cannot detect. 2 decades later, if that child, now a woman, becomes pregnant, the resorption of bone during fetal development will release the stored lead back into her bloodstream and from there across the placenta. The exposure is self-replicating. The American regulatory victory, achieved with such difficulty, did not break the chain. It merely lengthened it by inserting an ocean, a customs office, and a different language between the source and the symptom. Stand again, as the light goes, at the edge of the smoldering heap. The smoke has begun to dissipate, cooling from orange to a dirty gray. The figures are fewer now. The day's work is done. Somewhere in the dimness, a shipping container is being loaded with new smelted ingots, their surfaces still warm enough to singe the palm. Those ingots will travel to a factory in Europe or North America, where they will be cast into new battery grids, installed in new cars, and resold at a profit margin that vindicates the entire supply chain. The lead that stays behind, in the soil, in the water, in the bone, is accounted as loss, a tolerable percentage of the total material recoverable. It smears a child's blood with a number that no physician would ever prescribe. but it does not appear on the invoice. The invoice, stamped with an export license, describes a commodity that has been successfully recycled. The stamp does not differentiate between a substance returned to use and a substance returned to a body. The archive keeps 2 sets of books. One records the phase-out regulations, the court decisions, the epidemiological papers, the triumph of a public health movement that forced the world's largest economy to stop dosing its population with a systemic neurotoxin. The other records the tonnage that sailed out of American ports after 1978, after 1996, after every ban that was supposed to close the door. That second set of books is not classified. It is simply fragmented across different ministries, different languages, different jurisdictions, so that no single reader is forced to hold the whole story at once. The Battery Yard in Bangladesh has no librarian, but the blood levels there are legible to anyone who cares to draw a sample. And they say, with the clarity of a laboratory printout, that the metal which raised America did not cease its work when America decided it had had enough. It only changed its mailing address. And the bones will remember. They always do. The half-life of lead in cortical bone is measured in decades, long enough that a child exposed in the 1990s, during the early wave of informal recycling, still carries a chemical signature of that exposure as an adult today. When she gives birth, the signature passes into the next generation, a temporal export that no trade agreement can regulate. The smoke from the heap disperses into the atmosphere, but the isotopic ratio of lead in a tooth in Bangladesh is not fundamentally different from the ratio that Clair Patterson measured in a Greenland ice core in 1965. Both are records of a global redistribution, a testament to the fact that the human body and the planet's deep ice are, in the end, the same slow file. The sound that carries over the yard as night falls is not dramatic. The scuff of a shovel nudging slag into a pile, the clink of a hammer set down on a stone, the distant rumble of a cargo truck grinding through its gears on the road to the port. No alarm sounds, no siren. The air cools, and the lead that has been lifted into it begins to settle onto rooftops, onto laundry, onto the surface of a communal basin. Tomorrow morning, the basin will be dipped for drinking water, and the cycle will continue. The archive door does not close on this chapter. It stays open a long moment, long enough for a container ship to clear the harbor and turn toward the Atlantic, carrying its heavy, valuable, silent cargo across the dark water. The engine's hum is steady, indistinguishable from the hum of a generator at a church bottled water station in Flint, 6,000 miles away. The two sounds blend across the ocean, across the years, a chord struck by the same metallic hand. And then the archive, without hurry, turns the page. Consider the bone not as an inert scaffold, but as a slow ledger. Calcium and phosphorus crystallize into hydroxyapatite, a mineral lattice that stiffens collagen into the architecture of the human frame. It is a living library, constantly remodeled, constantly trading ions with the bloodstream. And it possesses a quiet chemical courtesy. Wherever calcium belongs, lead can sit instead. The substitution is an imposture of the most precise kind. A lead ion, Pb2+, wears nearly the same ionic radius as a calcium ion, K2+, and the crystal lattice accepts it without objection. There is no membrane alarm, no enzymatic gatekeeper that can tell the two apart at the point of entry. Once deposited, the lead atom stays for years, for decades, locked inside the femoral head, the iliac crest, the bodies of the vertebrae. The half-life of lead in human bone is 20 to 30 years, long enough that a woman who breathed leaded gasoline exhaust as a child in 1965 can carry a measurable fraction of that exposure deep in her skeleton until the turn of the millennium and beyond. The metal does not scream. It does not cause the bone to ache or swell or splinter. It simply sits, archivally silent, waiting. Within a darkened examination room, an X-ray machine hums its low, rhythmic thrum. The monitor casts a ghostly white glow, a pelvic bone, dense and luminous, cradling the shadow of a near-term fetus. Layered over the image comes the quiet, steady beep of a fetal monitor, a pulse transmitted through abdominal wall and amniotic fluid, translated into a sound as regular and undemanding as a dripping tap. The image is routine, the room calm. And yet buried in that bright mineral silhouette is a chemical record that predates the pregnancy, predates the mother's memory, a dossier written not in ink, but in substitutional atoms. The skeleton is not simply a structure, it is a storage facility, and the doors open both ways. That is the second, crueler part of the mechanism. During pregnancy, and especially during lactation, the maternal body begins to resorb its own bone mineral to supply calcium to the developing fetus and nursing infant. The osteoclasts, cells that dissolve bone matrix, go to work on the internal scaffolding, releasing calcium into the bloodstream for transport across the placenta or into breast milk. And alongside the calcium, the stored lead follows. A woman who has never been acutely poisoned, never worked in a factory, never cracked open a battery, can still have accumulated a lifelong inventory of the metal from the air she breathed as a teenager, from the paint dust she inhaled in a poorly maintained rental apartment, from the water that ran through old pipes. That inventory, once chemically sequestered and clinically silent, becomes bioavailable again precisely when a new body is under construction. The exposure begins before the first breath. Lead crosses the placental barrier at around the 12th week of gestation. The developing brain of the fetus possesses a blood-brain barrier still immature and permeable. The lead ions slip through and begin to interfere with the delicate sequence of neuronal migration and synaptic pruning. The infant, born with a skeleton partially built from maternal calcium, emerges already carrying a portion of the mother's past in its own bones. Then, lactation extends the transfer, remobilizing more lead from the maternal skeleton and delivering it in every warm, nourishing swallow. The act of giving life becomes, in this chemical dimension, an act of generational transmission that the mother never consented to and cannot perceive. The strange part was not that it worked, but that nobody knew why, or rather, that knowing why took so long to translate into public alarm. The story remains invisible without instrumentation. Teeth tell it best. Like bone, tooth enamel forms in childhood and does not remodel. It is a mineralized chronicle of the environment in which the child was raised. Inside a modest university laboratory, a dental anthropologist places a colonial-era tooth, extracted from a burial excavated in a tidewater cemetery, onto the stage of a mass spectrometer. The tooth is small, brownish, the root worn. It belonged to an individual who died in the 1730s. The machine ionizes a microscopic sample and reads the isotopic signature of the lead embedded in the enamel layers. The ratio of lead isotopes, specifically the stable daughters of uranium and thorium decay, varies between geological sources. Old World ores carry one signature, North American ores from the Missouri Lead Belt carry another. The spectrometer produces a chart, and the chart reveals that this person, 3 centuries dead, was already carrying a measurable body burden of lead. The exposure pathways in colonial North America were diffuse but thorough. Pewter plates and tankards, often composed of 1 part, lead to 3 parts. Tin leached metal ions into acidic foods, and drink cider, vinegar preserves, stewed tomatoes. Lead-glazed earthenware did the same. Water sat in lead cisterns, traveled through lead pipes, or was drawn from wells lined with lead sheeting. Rum distilled with leaden condensers delivered a particularly efficient dose. And these daily acts of eating, drinking, and breathing occurred without any concept, medical, legal, or moral, of a cumulative toxin. The tooth enamel of a colonial child thus fossilizes a historical truth. The American body was entangled with industrial metal long before the Industrial Revolution gave it a name. The metal was always already here, a quiet addition to the domestic landscape, settling into the bone archive of people who would never see a factory. One might imagine the skeleton as a reluctant archivist cataloging a history it was never designed to contain. Unlike a library, the bone does not select its holdings. It cannot deaccession the offending volumes. The lead atoms enter the hydroxyapatite lattice without permission, and they remain there, chemically indistinguishable from the structural calcium they mimic, until the bone is remodeled, or until the bone is called upon to sacrifice itself for the next generation. The archive therefore hands its contents forward, across the placental divide, across the span of decades, linking the air of a 1960s highway to the neural wiring of a child born in the 1990s, linking the pewter mug of a merchant's wife in 1740 to the IQ test score of a descendant who never knew her name. The record shows a cure, the margin shows a cost. Osteoporosis, the thinning of bone with age, presents another, quieter release mechanism. As post-menopausal bone density declines, the skeleton surrenders its stored lead back into the circulatory system at an accelerating rate. The biochemistry makes no distinction between the useful release of calcium during lactation and the pathological release during aging. In both scenarios, the body becomes its own source of re-exposure. The metal that the individual successfully endured in childhood can return decades later, when the vascular system, the kidneys, and the nervous system have already begun to lose their compensatory capacity. The archives open again, unbidden. This fact introduces a temporal dislocation that challenges the ordinary narrative of exposure and recovery. A child who grows up in a newly lead-free home, in a city where gasoline now burns without tetraethyl additives, may still carry a skeletal inheritance from a parent whose bones were formed in a different century. The half-life in bone, 27 years on average, means that even after environmental controls are implemented, the population continues to hold the chemical past inside itself, a reservoir that can be drawn upon by pregnancy, by lactation, by illness, by fracture healing, by the simple passage of years. The discovery did not end the story. It made the story portable. In one sense, then, the entire American population since the colonial era has functioned as a vast, involuntary bioarchive of industrial lead. The isotopic signatures written in teeth and bone samples collected from modern cadavers and archaeological remains map out a geography of exposure that mirrors the expansion of mining, smelting, paint manufacturing, and automobile use. A skeleton from 1800s Philadelphia differs isotopically from one buried in rural New England. A child's tooth from late 20th century Baltimore bears the chemical fingerprint of multiple lead sources layered in enamel bands like the rings of a tree. Infancy, toddlerhood, early school years. The body does not choose to chronicle, but it chronicles nonetheless. The quiet, steady beep of the fetal monitor still marks the present. In the darkened room, the pregnant woman shifts on the examination table, and the X-ray technician captures a final image for the obstetrician. No one in the room is thinking about lead. The conversation concerns fetal position, due dates, the ordinary anticipations of birth. And yet, the skeleton on the screen is not just a scaffold. It is a will, already written, that bequeaths a chemical estate the child did not ask for. The mother's own bones, formed in the 1970s when leaded gasoline still mingled with the air of every American street, have been quietly storing an invisible trust fund built of atoms that should never have entered her bloodstream. When lactation begins, when the osteoclasts go to work to release the calcium that will shape the infant's first teeth and first vertebrae, a fraction of that trust fund will be paid out, one lead ion at a time. The transaction is silent. The law requires no disclosure. The body keeps its own books. The isotopists who study colonial teeth can tell you that this is not new. A child in 17th century Jamestown, fed from pewter spoons and weaned on water from lead-sealed barrels, grew enamel that recorded each source of exposure by its isotopic ratio. The skeleton of a free black woman in 18th century Philadelphia, buried in a coffin that her community purchased with pooled funds, reveals the lead she absorbed from the urban environment and from the material culture of daily life. Glazed bowls, leaded window canes. Perhaps a dram of rum transferred an unknown quantity to the children she bore. The archive is not confined to the wealthy, nor to the white, nor to the industrial elite. It is democratic in its indiscriminate chemistry. Anyone who lives inside a civilization that built with lead carries the record. In a sterile laboratory at a forensic anthropology facility, a researcher moves a tooth from a sealed evidence bag onto a small rotating stage. The laser ablation system focuses a beam only a few microns wide, vaporizing a minute quantity of enamel. The resulting aerosol feeds into the mass spectrometer, and the screen populates with numbers: lead 206, lead 207, lead 208, and their ratios to one another. The peak pattern forms a signature that matches the ores of the Mississippi Valley, a geological fingerprint that places this individual in the distribution network of the American lead trade. The technician notes the result in a database, and the tooth goes back into storage, its testimony now transcribed. The plant had no politics, but its bark acquired an empire. The mineral had no intentions, but its atoms acquired a history. The philosophical weight of the bone archive is not that the story is tragic. All biological stories carry tragedy as a latent possibility, but that the tragedy operated for 2 centuries while the culture debated the definition of toxicity. Acute colic, wrist drop, convulsions, those were recognizable as poisoning, but the slow, transgenerational sedimentation of a neural suppressant inside the calcium of the skeleton? That required a redefinition of what counted as evidence, what counted as harm, what counted as the appropriate scale of time. The Bone Archive scoffs at the clinical follow-up period of a 6-month study. It works in decades. It works in generations. It does not forgive, but not out of malice, out of chemistry. The transition from this chapter to the next is not a door closing, but a lens widening. The bone carries the past, but the past is not yet past. the skeleton of a mother in Michigan, the teeth of a child in Lagos, the pelvic arch of a grandmother in Dhaka, all are written in the same isotopic language. All testify to a planetary history of lead that began in star death and continues in battery recycling, in informal smelters, in the peeling paint of a century-old housing stock. The archive is global now, and it is still open. The beep of the fetal monitor fades into the hum of a laminar flow hood, the tick of a mass spectrometer, the distant throb of a generator in a church parking lot where bottled water is distributed. The story does not conclude, it compounds. The last of the daylight has been pulled from the sky for almost an hour, and the city is running on its own stored energy now. From a vantage point high above the river, the grid of streets looks like an illuminated circuit board, each lit window a tiny warm diode. The sounds reach you in layers. The distant friction of elevated trains rounding a curve, the rubber hum of highway traffic that never quite thins to silence, the bass note of a plane descending toward an airport somewhere beyond the dark water. The bridge cables catch the sodium orange glow of the street lamps and hold it. This is the American skyline at the turn of the millennium, a skyline built with the metal that made its bones and painted its walls and fueled its movement. The skyline does not know it, but it is breathing easier than it did 30 years ago, because a quiet chemical subtraction has been performed on its atmosphere. That subtraction has a number, and the number is larger than most people realize. But it arrived without a parade or a plaque, slipping into the bloodstream of the nation as softly as the poison it replaced. The United States completed the phase-out of leaded gasoline in 1996, after a 2-decade regulatory retreat that itself had taken 2 decades to launch. The exact numbers vary depending on which economist you ask, which cohort you sample, which baseline you choose. But the central finding is now so well replicated that it carries the flat tone of established fact. Removing tetraethyl lead from fuel raised the mean IQ of American children born after 1980 by somewhere between 4 and 7 points. 4 to 7 points is not a subtle wobble at the edge of statistical detection. It is a shift visible at the scale of an entire population. A shift that pushes the bell curve perceptibly to the right, that reduces the number of children scoring in the lowest ranges and increases the number in the highest. Translated into economic terms, the phase-out generated an estimated $300 to $400 billion annually in increased productivity, reduced special education costs, and avoided crime. The accounting is cold, the way all retrospective public health accounting is cold, but the coldness is its own kind of testimony. The ledger shows that the nation spent half a century paying a chemical tax on cognition, and that the tax was levied most heavily on the people who could least afford the remittance. The phase-out was not an act of enlightenment so much as a slow recognition of a ledger that had always been there, waiting for someone to add the columns correctly. What makes the American phase-out a strange victory is the way it recedes into the past tense, while the global present remains drenched in the same element. The World Health Organization now estimates that nearly 1 million deaths each year are attributable to lead exposure, a number that sits in the health statistics like a stubborn boulder in a stream. The deaths are not typically acute. They arrive through cardiovascular disease, renal failure, the slow erosion of neurological function. They arrive so gradually that they are rarely filed under lead in the mortality registries. And so the 1 million is an extrapolation, an epidemiological shadow cast backward from blood levels and bone measurements. Beyond the deaths, The WHO calculates that lead accounts for approximately 30% of the global burden of idiopathic intellectual disability. The word idiopathic means of unknown cause, and the history of lead is precisely the history of making the unknown known and then choosing repeatedly to look away from what has been named. The 30% figure carries an almost unbearable implication. Nearly a third of the world's unexplained cognitive impairment may not be unexplained at all, just uninvestigated, just unacknowledged, just waiting for the same slow machinery of science and regulation that took the United States from Benjamin Franklin's warning in 1786 to a federal paint ban in 1978. The latency is long, and the latency is lethal, but the latency is not mysterious. It is a product of institutional architecture, a structural lag built into the relationship between evidence and action. The temptation, when a story ends, is to reach for the language of the accident. Historians and toxicologists frequently describe the lead saga as an archetype of the unintended consequence, a cautionary tale about the unforeseen hazards of technological enthusiasm. The story is tidier that way. It becomes a tragedy of ignorance, a collective stumble into a chemical trap that nobody could have seen coming. But the outline does not support the tidiness. From the earliest decades of the American Republic, there were voices that saw the trap clearly. Benjamin Franklin saw it in the dry gripes of plumbers and painters. The pediatrician Randolph Byers saw it in the 1940s, publishing a meticulous study of children treated for acute lead poisoning who later exhibited persistent learning and behavioral disabilities. The Lead Industries Association dismissed his work as anecdotal. The geochemist Clair Patterson saw it in the 1960s when he discovered that his rock samples were so thoroughly contaminated by industrial lead that he could not measure the age of the Earth until he built a laboratory clean enough to exclude the modern atmosphere. Government agencies cut his funding. The workers in the Bayway refinery saw it in 1924, hallucinating and convulsing in the facility that produced tetraethyl lead. The Surgeon General's conference that followed imposed no binding regulation. The parents in Flint, Michigan saw it in 2014, when the water from their kitchen taps turned brown and their children's blood lead levels began to climb. State officials dismissed their complaints and manipulated the sampling protocols. The repetition is the point. The story of lead is not a single cautionary tale, but a series of nearly identical chapters, each separated by decades, each featuring individuals who warned clearly, each ending with their marginalization and the continuation of exposure. The pattern is so consistent that it begins to look less like an unintended consequence and more like a design specification. The design specification, if it can be called that, operates through a two-part logic that has proven remarkably durable. The first part is the utility of the metal itself, its malleability, its corrosion resistance, its capacity to quiet an engine, to coat a wall, to carry water, to store an electrical charge. Lead solved real problems, and it solved them cheaply. The solving happened in a material realm where the benefits were immediate, visible, and quantifiable on quarterly balance sheets. The second part is the nature of the harm, delayed, diffuse, distributed across populations, expressed in statistical shifts rather than dramatic individual cases, except at the highest exposures. The delay between exposure and effect could span years or decades, and the effect, when it arrived, did not announce itself as lead poisoning. It announced itself as a child who could not sit still in class, as an IQ score that drifted a few points lower, as a neighborhood with a slightly higher rate of property crime 20 years later, as a working-class family whose medical expenses accumulated quietly. The harm was legible only to the long-term epidemiological gaze, and the institutions that wielded that gaze were often the same ones that funded the counter-research, the public relations campaigns, the trade association lobbying that kept the metal on the market. The gatekeepers of knowledge were also the guardians of profit, and the gate swung open for the latter long before it cracked for the former. The weight of wisdom, then, is not merely the understanding that lead is toxic. That understanding has been available in medical literature for centuries, sedimented in case reports and occupational health studies like the lead itself in bone. The weight of wisdom is the recognition that the true toxicity never resided in the element alone. Lead atoms are predictable. They obey the laws of coordination chemistry, substituting for calcium in the hydroxyapatite lattice, disrupting the zinc fingers of transcription factors, crossing the placental barrier without resistance. The atoms have no malice. They have no strategy. They simply fit where calcium should fit, and the fitting is a purely physical process, indifferent to the identity of the body it unfolds inside. The toxicity that mattered was the one that grew in the space between a clear finding and a binding regulation, between a researcher's warning and a congressional hearing, between a parent's observation of a child's deterioration and a state agency's willingness to act. That space was filled with legal memos, marketing copy, trade association minutes, expert witness testimony, and the elaborate architecture of manufactured uncertainty. It was filled with the same institutional friction that slowed the response to tobacco, to fossil fuels, to the slow-bleeding environmental crises that mark the modern era. The friction is not a bug in the system. It is a feature, lubricated by the same economic pressures that made lead valuable in the first place. Consider the ledger again, the one that shows the economic benefits of the phase-out running to hundreds of billions of dollars a year. That number is not merely a vindication of the Clean Air Act amendments. It is a measure of the cost of delay. Every year between the publication of Patterson's 1965 paper and the final ban on leaded gasoline in 1996 was a year in which American children absorbed an unnecessary neurological tax. Every year between the 1925 Surgeon General's Conference and the 1978 paint ban was a year in which lead-white walls shed their chalky dust into the lungs of toddlers. The ledger, if it could be fully inscribed, would have to include the law review articles that were never written because the authors lost a few points of executive function, the small businesses that were never launched because the entrepreneurs lacked the impulse control to see a plan through, the gardens that were never planted in soil contaminated by decades of exhaust. These are not recoverable losses. They are baked into the history of the country, irreversible as the isotopic signature in a core sample of lake sediment. The weight of wisdom is the weight of knowing that the ledger can be read but never balanced. And yet, the story refuses to stay in the past tense. The global battery recycling yards that now burn lead in open fires in Bangladesh and Nigeria are the latest chapter in the same narrative, the one in which the poison migrates to the cheapest labor, the loosest regulations, the most vulnerable bodies. The blood lead levels documented in some of these sites exceed 70 micrograms per deciliter, a concentration that makes the most contaminated American industrial exposures look mild. The batteries that arrive at these yards carry the stamped logos of multinational corporations whose domestic operations are carefully regulated. The lead does not return to the corporate headquarters. It stays in the soil, in the water, in the bones of the children who play in the dust downstream. The phase-out was a victory only if the scale of the frame is tightly cropped. Zoom out, and the same metal, extracted from the same mines, refined by the same industrial processes, is still performing its quiet work in a different set of bodies. The geography of harm has shifted, but the chemistry is unchanged. The skyline from this vantage point is beginning to thin out near the edges, the office towers dimming as the cleaning crews move through the upper floors. The river below catches the reflection of the lights in long, broken streaks that tremble with the current. The sound of traffic has softened a little, settling into the lower, steadier rhythm of the late evening. The archive of a century's relationship with a single element is not stored in any one building or collection, but if it were, it would be a strange repository. Stacks of medical journals bound in buckram, geological survey maps printed on linen, congressional testimony volumes, with pages still crisp, marketing brochures for Dutch boy paint, with their illustrations of childhood innocence, a quartz flask from Patterson's laboratory at Caltech wrapped in acid-free tissue, a piece of lead service line removed from a street in Flint and tagged with an evidence number. The shelves would stretch far enough that the end would be lost in the dimness, and the quiet would be the particular quiet of rooms that hold things nobody consults very often. The door to that archive is heavy, sliding on a track that requires a steady push, and when it closes with a low, pneumatic sound, a soft seal engaging against the frame. The city continues outside, its windows still glowing, its bridges still humming, its children sleeping in rooms whose walls may or may not still hold a legacy of the brightest white. The air is cleaner than it was. The ledger is open. The door slides shut, and the quiet that follows is not peace. It is a pause, the kind of pause that history takes before it repeats the lesson that nobody fully learned. What was found below was not a single villain, but a pattern. The crib rail worn soft by tiny teeth. The glass bottle pressed to a chemist's nose in a hotel room. The red line drawn around a neighborhood in 1937. The water sample from Flint labeled with a number that made the action level look like a typo. Each was a chapter in the same story, a useful substance, a delayed harm, a gap between evidence and action that stretched across decades. The medal that raised America also raised the IQ of children born after its phase-out by 4 to 7 points, a gain that arrived not as a discovery, but as a recovery. The damage had always been legible. The ledger had always been open. The only mystery was why it took so long to read. The broader truth is not about lead alone. It is about the architecture of delay, institutions that mistake procedure for precaution, industries that outlast attention spans, and a civilization that grabs first and counts the cost later. The crib rail, the tailpipe, the kitchen faucet, each delivered a compound designed to solve a problem. Each also delivered a slow poison that would not be named until an entire generation had already absorbed the subtraction. Pressure eases from the hull. The darkness thins. The light widens overhead as the vessel rises. The hatch opens, and cold sea air fills the lungs. The archive file closes, but the evidence comes with us. The tooth in the mass spectrometer, the soil horizon still holding its 1965 signature, the bone that will keep its chemistry for 27 more years. Some substances are safest when they remain evidence, not experience. The descent was close enough. If this kind of quiet descent into science and history is what you came for, you can subscribe to the Deep Archive. The door slides shut. The city continues above, its windows still glowing, its bridges still humming. The air is cleaner than it was. The ledger does not close. It only waits.